this number. I just want to make sure that these are right. Going to toss this.
You guys are live. Just so you know.
27151.
Okay.
Okay. Where? They gotta be explored. I don't know how I have this.
Ooh. This is Bill's tablet. This is Bill's tablet. But when he likes to use, oh, he likes to use it. Oh, he put his name on the back. Hi, boys, girls. Hey there. Morning. So she was worried about me. What? You do it at the same time every day. Do we have a big stack this morning?
Nobody yet.
That's what I thought. I guess too. Mike, if you want me to cut the grass. I guess I told you all the stories. Only when he was a senior. You need a bunch of money when you go off to college. You're not gonna want to call me and ask me for beer money. So he started cutting yards. And then he didn't tell him he was fixing to ship on UNP. You didn't tell your clients that. So I called him and told him, look, rather than running out and having to find it, please, services. I don't have a gym membership. I was walking behind the motor. It's like walking. I push 10 yards. They still make push motors?
Yeah. I saw somebody else. In a ditch somewhere, it's raining, the ditch is bad, it's got a hand mower, it's been pushes thing.
Remember the old kind of
I
real?
used to use them when I was there. I was a kid. That's what you kind of read.
Using just for golf courses now.
Really?
That's what they do the greens.
Huh.
With real precision adjustment.
I talked to a guy yesterday. He's like, you gotta cut grass like this. Except one of the kids normally he cuts it. When I was not a yard service, I just do it for friends. I went up to New York, we had a lawn tractor, but 3 of those real type mowers, gang mowers. Pull behind? 2, 3, yeah. Oh, nice. And actually, our house, we had a hill, and it had it set up so that you take one of those mowers and put it off on the side, so you make 3 in a row like this, so you can kind of cut that slope without having to go on the hill. Those things cut great. Yeah, until they don't. Well, you have to keep them sharp. And sticks and limbs probably, doesn't work really well. Probably wouldn't work well with palm fronds here. Because you're diligent about picking. Yeah, down here.
So far, we've had one person for 8:30. Case 1558 in person. Brett Patton is here.
Okay. Well,
And I'll go ahead and bring it down.
yeah, we can try.
Case 1558.
Call to order the Treasury Review Board of Aransas County. It is July the 22nd at 8:30. Do you have a quorum? You have a quorum. We have a quorum. We are looking for protest.
Is the property owner, is the property owner here? Oh, yes.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, she went that one together.
Okay.
Oh, is that?
That's what I thought.
That's weird. Somebody just. Yeah. Somebody actually. Yeah, what is it? Online?
Brett Patton.
Howdy.
Still
How y'all?
sitting over here.
We have some administrative we need to go through before we get started.
Sure.
If you just follow along with me, I'll have some questions right here. We're opening the hearing, case ID 2021-1558, account 24893.
The protest is Q1 incorrect phrase market.
Q1 only. You are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. You do not work for the appraisal district. Board is around the table here. Damon is representing the district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using survey form and email to pcad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey-ARB. Survey is voluntary. You have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. At the end of this hearing, the document will be created that includes our determination and instructions as to what you can do if you don't agree with it. In accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material that is not been provided must be provided at this time. This is important. Have you turned in all your evidence?
Yes and no. All the evidence I have, some other stuff they haven't said yet.
They have.
Right, for the AC units.
Oh, okay.
I mean, they give me a verbal quote. That's what I've written down, but
Okay.
I asked them to email it over and they haven't done it.
Okay.
So,
ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4166F.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.76F.
I, Kathy Hopkins, solemnly swear that I have not communicated with a person in violation of tax code section 41.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
I recommend you solemnly swear to affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board is true and correct.
Thank you.
I, Amy Burke, do solemnly swear affirm the testimony shall present to the appraisal review board of the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
I have to ask, do you hold the Texas appraiser's license?
No.
There's a sheet of paper right above the oath that has on it the procedure that we'll use throughout the hearing. And you see the two columns. You get to choose whether you speak first or the district speaks first. Which would you prefer?
No.
Okay, the property is 24893 single family residential home on Sandpiper Road. The last sale price was $539,650 for 2022. The subject of the property was noticed at $523,760 2021. That's a January 1 valuation. Picture of it there. All right, first is the subject. It was a sale in February, February 26th. No adjustments are being made because there's so we indicate a value of sale price of $539,650. The second property is 35 Flamingo. It's also a 5 assets, and it sold in July of 2020 for $511. Indicates a value for the subject of $531,132. Very small adjustment on that $20,000. 3 Bahama, also a 5SS, sold in February 2020, that's last year, for $650, indicating a $533 value for the subject. And the 1 Aloha sold in August 2020 for $589, indicating a value of $506. The value of all those is $535,000, which is right about the sale price. So everything's tracking. It was noticed at $522,760, which is below that amount. And the sales ratio report that follows shows we're at 99.5 into that was all from our evidence.
Okay, Brett, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination to ask any questions, and 5 minutes for your presentation. So I'll give you 7 minutes.
Biggest, I guess, and I'm not necessarily disputing the price of, pre-flood per se, or freeze per se, but we roughly have about $30,000 in damage from the freeze, which if I was to sell, I would have to either do something about that, replace what was damaged, or have construction team come in and remove everything that is damaged, and be pretty barren to try to sell the property that used to have 4 out of my 5 palms dead, all the shrubbery is dead, gone. Both the AC units got affected, about $14,000 of damage, and I've done about I added up the receipts here, $14,545 in stuff since I purchased it, which happened to close on the same week as the freeze. We closed on it, so obviously unexpected. But so you add up all that, it's a large pill to swallow, and just try to get it back to where it was when we bought the place or agreed upon buying the place. So that's about my only request. That everything remaining equal, I don't have a problem with the appraised value.
Okay, is that it? For a moment, you'll have a minute. You'll have some time to. Amy, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and 2 minutes for follow.
Okay, yeah, I'll just let you know where we're coming from. Whenever you do an appraisal of any kind, you're appraising a house or a baseball card or a business kind of attached to it. And the date of appraisal for all of our values here is January.
Right.
So if a house burns down on January 3rd, the value is what it was on January 1st. There are exceptions for properties that were completely rendered uninhabitable by disaster. The year prior to that. But that's just, it's kind of like a don't pass go kind of thing. Just whatever it is in January 1st, do whatever it is, unless there was some kind of damage or something. You know, the reality is stuff like that happens within a year and it just never gets picked up for our valuation. I just want to let you know.
Right. And then I understand or I hear you on that. And I guess like you said, my dispute is just that you know, I'm having to be out of money on $50,000 to get it back to where it was as of January 1.
Right. No, I do. I mean, we have a restaurant that burned down. Same situation. Rough. I'm not saying it didn't happen. It's tough.
Anything?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, Brett, you have 2 minutes for any rebuttal.
That's about all I have. I mean, as far as it's just kind of that was the only, you know, my concern is just again, everything remaining equal pre-purchase. I don't have a problem with the appraised value. I was just hoping y'all could cut me some slack this year at least to swallow this bill. These 3 bills they go.
And a minute for closing.
I know.
You got another minute if you won't have any final comments.
No.
Or this happened after January 1st, and we purchased the property, but as Amy said, our evaluations are based on property as it's. We all unfortunately have issues with the laws. I do,
Right.
Unfortunately.
It works for next year. Yeah, you might have an option to deal with this next year.
Landscaping is good.
Right. And the 2 AC units and and which one of them's not working currently. So I have to do that pretty quick, but
Keep track of it for this.
so you use this for next year?
Sure, absolutely.
Okay.
And I'm sure there's been a deal.
Yeah.
This will crop. So.
Okay. Well, I appreciate y'all's time, guys.
Okay.
Second, we have to.
We're done. So I'll move on case 2021-1558, account 24893, with respect to Q1 incorrect appraised market value that we leave the 2021 appraisal of $522,760. All in favor? Aye. Case closed. See you next year. I suspect.
And so the next year's one, but it's gonna be appraised value of January 1 of 2022, right?
Okay, so what do I do here?
So if I hold this fixed,
'Cause we've
Well, it's
already said
between-
that, so everything's
You can argue
correct?
Yeah, I just.
for the appraisal year, which would be
That's all I've been doing.
2021 or 2022.
gotcha. Okay. Okay. All right. Thank y'all.
We're done.
Mr. Hack, I'll walk you down. All right, nobody else came in for the 8:30 docket.
Your affidavits?
Did you say nobody else?
Do
Nobody?
we have any affidavits? from
We don't, we have the ducks on for this afternoon. I don't know if, Cindy would want to come in early or.
We'll see if we can get her moving.
Well, I know they'll have like 4 accounts set, and we do have a 10 o'clock docket.
Bring in breakfast stuff this now, charge it.
So, to let y'all know, Mike's not here for the rest of the week.
He's leaving you with this mess?
He left the inmates in charge.
Four.
Oh, my God.
Cindy. I'll probably sit over there too. Probably will say.
Want me to bring the coffee pot in? Y'all ready for another round?
I'm okay at the moment.
That's a yes.
I can
for
come
Bill.
get it. I can
Not
come
fine.
get it.
I'll just bring it.
For your information, because Kathy is
Should I just plug it in and here?
going to be out
Probably
for
want
Thursday
some
next
extra.
week.
Well, no, I'm okay right
You'll
now.
be here.
Yeah.
It's a whole week away.
Thursday is only half a day.
They know
There's nothing on Thursday.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
This morning.
I'm normally here.
You were going out
Monday, I leave Sunday, Tuesday.
that next week.
So.
Yeah.
I'll be
Yeah, next
back on
week.
Wednesday.
Monday and Tuesday, there are 2 people out. Bill's out those 2 days and Kathy's out all week, so Monday and Tuesday, we have to make sure that
Can't just
you
keep
and I and Robert.
frequent flyer miles up. Paul used to do that at the end of every year, because she was that executive platinum or whatever with the American Airlines that you loved having all the perks and we get upgrades.
Yeah.
At the end of the year, she'd be short a few thousand miles. Here she could find a ticket to fly from Corpus to Dallas, Dallas to Honolulu. Got off the plane, parted around back to get her status, because the company was, I mean, none of the companies were paying for it. That was really fun.
I'll look and see it.
I did that a couple times. This flight from Dallas, you get 500 miles.
I did that one time, for some reason, I forget why I did that.
That exact class, and if you've got somebody else for it for you, it's invaluable. But on that, multiple that I need to do quickly, and that puts me in. If you go up and the plane's not full, first class isn't full, they automatically upgrade you. I mean, we flew to Hawaii for years in first class because they just bumped us. Hey, Paula. It was wonderful.
And I had so many miles. We've flown from Dallas to Corpus to Anchorage 25 times first class.
It's great. It's great.
So I had to have like 50 miles to fly.
Oh, it's changed. Yeah.
I still have a lot of miles.
I think Paula's been sitting on $1 million or something. But just see it. When they first came out with the Admirals Club, they offered a lifetime membership.
Yeah.
$100, something ridiculous. Maybe it was $1,000. I don't know. It was, and she said it wasn't easy to travel someplace. Sat in airport bar. It was free to the Admirals Club, free drinks, free food, free Wi-Fi, nice. They even had showers, you know, nice thing.
They had at least in Dallas. City. There's actually 3. There's one in D. But remember, there was a period of time where you couldn't bring gas lighters, you know, like lighters on planes. There was a period of time where they, I guess that was right after the shoe bomber. Well, I haven't been in the club for a number of years, but they had smoking sections, smoking rooms. I think they might.
There's one in the airport.
It's like, yeah, right. But anyway, the back of the TV, people would leave big lighters. There'd be like 10 or 15 big lighters there. You needed a lighter.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Those were the days. I think I remember the first time somebody confiscated.
Oh, you got a kid, this is my grandfather. Hand me an envelope and say mail it back here. So,
I was flying from Austin to New York and then coming back. And this is at a time when we were kind of moving between Austin and Rockport. So I would have, every couple of trips, every trip or so, I would take some stuff down in my truck. And I had a backpack. I don't know where or where. Somewhere along the way, I had a box cutter that I was just thrown in my backpack. I must have taken 4 trips at least before the pandemic. And and I was coming back through LaGuardia back to Austin. And the little girl crawling through my bag, she comes across this box cutter, takes it out, flips the blade, throws it in the box, and then just keeps on going. Didn't even ask me why I had it or anything like that. And yeah, sure.
Well, we needed to fix that before our neighbors.
you know, whatever.
So I have to go through the contact and keep going.
Okay, we're opening a hearing on case ID 2021-737, account 19013. This is an affidavit only hearing and is being recorded.
So the protest is Q1 incorrect appraised market value, Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds median level of appraisal or equity, and other is checked, but nothing is actually specified.
We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing the protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of the protest. Protester has the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information we provide to the protester with our determination. In accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material is assumed to have been provided with the affidavit. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Charles Pryor, do solemnly swear I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4166F.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hopkins, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with a person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 4166.
I am Bert, do solemnly swear from the testimony shall present the appraisal review board for Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. I'll read the property owner's affidavit into the record. Starts Larry Buckles, P.O. Box 1203, Fulton, Texas 78358. Section 2 says the property in question is 1101 Palmetto Drive, Rockport, Texas, Fulton Town Site, Block 12, Lot 22. Reasons for protest selected are incorrect appraised market value and values unequal compared with other properties, and other is blank. Section 4 is blank. Section 5 says the property owner believes the value of the property to be excessive with respect to the market valuation when compared to similar properties. I have no evidence to present at this time. Section 6 says I do not intend to appear at the hearing either in person or by telephone conference call. Section 7 says it was signed and notarized in Tarrant County. Property owner. Our evidence. Last year, this property was noticed at 228. This year, it was noticed at 260, 259, 260. It is a residential property. It's listed for $425,000. This is actually a little triplex. So it's like a tiny little apartment set up. It's not a single family property.
Where is it?
It's on the corner of Palmetto and it's behind the Motel 6. Right across from the gym, what used to be the gymnastics place, the Dysar's gym.
Oh, behind the what?
The Motel 6.
Oh, okay.
So that's 3036 running through the middle
Oh,
there.
okay, yeah.
There it is. It used to be a water tower to the east.
Yeah.
It looks like it could be maybe an office of some sort, but apparently it is a triplex. Yeah.
Is 19400 the long buildings? Is that those little buildings that they built behind the laundry?
Let's see, 19400 go to the big bill.
Sorry, Jack.
It's okay.
Just nosy. It's the 19,000. I said it wrong.
Oh, those are like garage and workshops. There's a guy who's been welding in there for years.
Oh, got
That's
it.
right behind the Motel 6.
All right.
It's a little further down the place. Just over.
I didn't even know that was done.
All right. So the comps that we have are residential properties in this kind of Fulton Outlots type area. We've got 11th Street, 9th Street, Prairie Road, and Lighthouse. None of these are 3 ST multifamily properties because this is a pretty oddball one. That said, the net adjustment on the first one is pretty small. It indicates a value for the subject of 270. So this thing was a 5 FD that someone bought for 260. Someone got a 4 SS Plus that's 900 square feet here on 9th Street for 170. Somebody bought 5 SS Plus on Prairie Road for 325, and a 5 FB Plus in Lighthouse Cove for 305. Indicates that median value for the subject of 260. The lowest is 234, the highest is 270. Equity is we're below the equity by $100. Comping this to places on 12th Street, Cactus Street, Prairie Road, and Fulton Avenue. That is the picture of the listing. It says great income producing triplex, 3 apartments, 2 1, 2 1.5, and a 1 1, and 1 large shop area. Plenty of fenced-in outside storage lane and parking, some terrific old live oak trees. All 3 apartments under lease at this time. Only 1 block from the bypass and only 1 block from Highway 35 North. Manager has listed the unit size as 5,502 square feet. Probably be good to have this noted in our system as being a multifamily property being sold as an investment. That being said, we're not going to be at 425 in this thing. That's pretty high for these 3 little units. But there's a leased fee consideration going on in there. It'd be nice to be able to collect the sale. We're at 260 and it's for sale for 425.
It says off market. Off market.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
No,
Dan,
I think it would be, yeah, it was on the market and it was taken off the market.
it's not you, I don't think.
Okay, that makes sense.
huh? I
That
can't,
makes a little more sense.
nothing's
Maybe that was
typing.
before the storm or something. The current owner
The internet
got this property in
went
2012.
south, I think.
Oh, I should
So that
still be
listing
able
was
to
sometime
type.
between 2012.
Somebody bugged around.
Yeah, it says listed April 20th, 2021. 66 days.
Huh.
Working yet?
Right there, down a little bit.
I can type anything else, but
It's just below where it says cap rate, right there. Listed April 20th, 2020. 66 days.
for some reason I can't type in a different area.
So maybe it's sold.
Maybe so.
I don't see any reason to change.
We don't have any other triplexes to compare it to.
No, we have a bunch of duplexes and we have some like places that are 4 apartments and they're built for that. This looks like it wasn't built to be a triplex. It was probably converted to that at some point. But we have ones that are more like apartment buildings, with 4 and 6 and 8 units. But I can think of one that might be similar to this. I don't know if there's 3 units in it, but it's in Aransas Pass behind Fowler's Lumber.
Wow.
And that's about the only one I can think of off the top of my head that's not on somebody's homestead. There's 2 others that are on people's homesteads. So
But did this area have a market increase? Is that why it went up from 220?
120?
I'll have to see where the increase was. It probably, there is a neighborhood adjustment. For the
The land stayed the same.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there's a 120% neighborhood adjustment.
The only thing still studying a little bit. Not really. Apparently it was called select therapy.
It looks like an office building.
Okay, make a motion on case 2021-737, account 19013, with respect to Q1 incorrect appraised market value, Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds median level of appraisal or equity value, and an unspecified Q5 other. That we leave the 2021 appraisal at 259,830.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Okay, I have another affidavit. Case number 677, 1/3.
Five at the bottom.
That's it?
No.
Okay.
My tablet's kind of fluid. Yeah, the
Oh.
wireless
They had
connection.
plugged their Wi-Fi.
So that's kind of probably why that was.
Yeah.
hooked up.
I didn't realize it. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't know that.
Which one we're doing, 677?
677.
Yeah. He's got to fix the Wi-Fi.
See that address, BK Road in Western Hills, makes it kind of just old Austin. But
There we go.
Thank you, Amy.
Can't get back to the. Router better than
Okay. All set?
I think
Okay. We're opening a hearing on case ID 2021-677, account 17627.
130. Okay, I'm catching up here. Six, seven, seven. Okay, so at so a protest is Q1 incorrect appraised market value, Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds median level of appraisal, and it says Q5 other, but I haven't found the protest form.
yeah, I don't have a protest.
There's no protest form. I didn't
Doesn't seem
see
to
that.
be one.
Okay, let me get one on.
Yeah, that's down
It's an online appeal, so there's not one.
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. I should have
That's
seen
okay.
that. Okay, so I don't know what the other might be.
Okay. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing the protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of the protest. Protester has the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to the protester with our determination. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all written material is assumed to have been provided with the affidavit. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with another member, with anyone about the protest, and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 4166F.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with a person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 4166.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
I, Anna Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. I'll read the property owner's affidavit into the record. Follows. This is an affidavit from Jason Nasser, State of Texas County, or may the undersigned notary public personally appeared Jason Nasser, who being duly sworn on his oath deposed and said, "My name is Jason Nasser. I am over the age of 18 years and in all ways qualified to make this affidavit. The statements contained herein are within my personal knowledge and true and correct. I am an attorney licensed in the state of Texas. I have reviewed documentation for the real estate parcel known as 211 South Austin Street, which is listed by the County Appraisal District as PID 17627. The County Appraisal District lists the value of this parcel as being $419,420. I have reviewed and researched values for the properties of this type, and my results are attached herein as Exhibit A and incorporated herein for reference by reference for all purposes. The attached valuation utilizes and assumes the method promulgated by the County Appraisal District and referenced in the County Appraisal District's evidence package. My opinion as to the value of this parcel is $416,111. Further, affiant saith not. Signed 15th day of July 2021. Jason Nasser. Exhibit 1 says this is a, they describe the property, says it's a retail strip center. Our valuation is $419,420. The owner's valuation based on their actual rent is $416,000. Reduction of $3,000. It's got a history, a deed history of some sort. Okay, so this property, let's see, okay, I'll just keep on here stuff. The valuation detail has the hour model at $10 a foot per year, and it says that their base rent comparison, existing leases says it is $10 a foot. Their expenses, it's triple net lease. They apparently are 4,200 square feet instead of 4,128. And so their valuation came out higher than ours by a few $1,000s. Came out to $426,738. They added a $10,000 negative adjustment for absorption costs.
What is that?
It's the cost of holding something while it's empty, waiting for it to sell or to be sold. The subject rent roll just shows all the different properties. You've got James, Charlie Jewelry, Cezanne, Studio and Gallery, Oh My, Elisa Baker Art. And one of them is vacant. 14% of the property, 600 square feet, there is no tenant. And it says this warrants a lease up cost deduction. And then there's a chart showing absorption costs and how absorption costs are calculated.
Is it for sale?
Is it for sale?
For sale? Absorption versus what?
They're doing an absorption cost as opposed to like doing a lease up calculation, because lease up calculations are silly. Absorption costs are things that might actually happen during the transaction. They're actually things to care about, which is if I hold this thing and I'm owning it while I'm waiting for it to be rented or sold or whatever, I have to pay any associated bills with it. You know, if the roof leaks is my problem. I'm waiting for a triple net tenant to come over. So it's basically just a lease up calculation. That's where their $10,000 came from. They got them for $416. I will point out, for our evidence, I'm not even gonna go through ours because they just restated it all here. This thing was a purchase in 2020 for $375. They bought it early last year for $375, and we settled based on that cost. But they bought it and then they changed the rent and I don't know if some tenants swapped out, I have no idea. But what I've noticed is downtown, a lot of people are buying these things and then just saying, hey, I'm the new guy, here's the new rent. Pay the new rent or find somewhere else to live. And whenever those people leave, they get new tenants. A lot of the rotation you see is because of that. And this is right on target with what our thing says. I don't mind a $3,000 adjustment. If they want it to be $416 instead of $419, okay. Fine with that.
Okay. All right, so I'll make a motion on case number 2021-677, account number 17627, with respect to Q1 incorrect appraised market value. Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds median level of appraisal or equity, and Q5 specified other that we reduce the 2021 appraisal from $419,420 to $416,110.
All in favor? Aye. Case closed.
Sorry?
Aren't they worth protesting?
Yeah, well, dollar's a dollar, I guess.
Hey, Amen. Clear. I got it.
That didn't have to close. I hadn't noticed that.
Got another?
Got another one.
All right.
It's gonna be case 1212.
Walk inside. Change the look inside. Whoever. Walk inside. Whoever. But that's, it used to be that county. It's needing water.
Twelve.
Yes.
Okay, I'm not seeing a match between, my eyes are failing me, between the paperwork and
Okay. Let me go look at that.
12, at least on the paper says 43603 is the account, Atwood, Tricia and John, and it's for Sorensen Place condominiums.
Right. And on the tablet?
On the tablet, it's,
What case is it?
1212. Let me go check into it.
oh, wait, well, hang on. Okay, I'm sorry. So that's okay.
But
Give me 1 second here
Sure.
for the protest form.
This is online.
No, 1212, which is at the bottom of page 7, if I'm looking at the right one.
yeah, it was I think I remember seeing the protest form being hard copy. Is it not in there?
Well, the protest form,
Does it have a different account? Because
Yeah.
okay, let me go check into that and get it in there.
okay, thank you.
What are you saying, the protest hasn't matched our,
Yeah, the protest form,
like listed everything too.
well, according to this paper, the protest form only has Q1, Q2, and also the address is different.
They probably hired the agent after, oh, no.
However, after the protest form, there's a list of accounts where he has checked. No. 1511 Water Street. Yeah, I think it may just be the wrong protest form. It's stuck in
This is 627.
there. Yeah, right. And the account number and whatever is. Ears.
No, you're correct. The form is for 14026. And they checked. This is probably location 1511 Water Street instead of 627 on the list. Yeah, they checked on that form 26765 account number.
Yeah, right.
And then if you go down a few, there's 627 Water Street, apartment 203, Atwater.
I put it in protest form corrected.
Well, look at that. Okay, so
Q1, Q2, and other.
well, Q1, Q2, protest.
Okay,
We're getting there.
This is one of those where they just check.
Okay, so the protest letter that's there doesn't seem to be correct, but we'll just ignore that because the protest form that Val just loaded looks better. Okay, so, did you open the hearing?
yeah,
Okay, so I
ready?
think I'm ready.
Okay, we're opening a hearing on case number 2021-1212, account 43603. This hearing is being recorded.
Okay, so at protest, it's Q1, incorrect appraised market value, Q2, appraisal ratio exceeds level of appraisal. The form includes, I'm not sure how all these map, inclusion of owner property on the appraisal record and or denial to the property owner in whole or part of a partial exemption and or determination that the owner's land does not qualify for appraisal as provided by chapter C, D, E, or H, chapter 23, and or identification taxing unit in which the owner's property is taxable in the case of appraisal district's appraisal roll, and or determination of that the property owner is the owner of the property, and or a determination that a change in use of land appraised under chapter C, D, E, or H, chapter 23 has occurred, and or any other action of the chief appraiser, appraisal district, and or appraisal review board that applies to and or adversely affects the property owner. Okay, so
We will hit them all.
yeah.
We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing the protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of the protest. Protester has the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to the protester with our determination. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all written material is assumed to have been provided with the affidavit. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Charles Cyrus, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 4166F.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with a person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Eamon Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall present to the appraisal review board for Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. Property owners application. Show me.
Yeah.
Oh, there it goes. Okay. Says Atwater, Tricia and John F. represented by Texas Pro Tax as of 1/1/21. 8322 Cross Park Drive, Austin, Texas 78754. Office of Texas Pro Tax. 512-339-6671. The Office of Texas Pro Tax. On cats@texasprotax.com. 627 Water Street, apartment 203, Rockport, Texas 78382. Section 3 specifies they're protesting incorrect appraised market value and values unequal compared to other properties. It's noted they checked every box possible. The evidence is described as one affidavit, as one in this affidavit. Section 5 says statement of facts or arguments are as follows. The subject PID 43603 has a square foot match sale in the same complex. The sale confirmation is attached, although this is an internet sale confirmation. This is the evidence I have before you. The requested value for the subject is PID his PID 43603 is 251,100 as of 1/1/21. Hearing type selected is I do not intend to appear at hearings either in person or by telephone conference call, signed and notarized in the state of Texas. Right, and there's a listing from Redfin, and it says off market, this home last sold for 251,100 on January 12th of 2021. And that concludes their evidence. Let's see what we got. So this was valued last year at 216,000. This year it's 265. Last time it sold was in 2017 for 250. There was a settlement in 2020. I don't know if that's because it was because of damages and they weren't done yet. There's a remark that says back in service. These things are back to being used and occupied and stuff. These are condos in a very, very large building. It's a residential looking building, but it's obviously more than one residence. It's a Sorensen, is what it's called. The comps that we have are sales of condos. First two are condos in this little complex. So we've got number 104 and number 301. They're both the same size, same effective age. They have a slightly different porch amount, probably based on where it sits in the building, indicating a value for the subject at 281,740. One sold for 280 and one sold for 300. So this one doesn't appear to have anything different about it. It's exactly the same. One sold for 280, one sold for 300. And then we have another condo in Sand Dollar there for 370, indicating a value of 325 for the subject, but I would say the first two are the best comps. And it'd be okay to just have two of them, honestly, because they're so good. These are both sales from 2021. Yeah. What did this person request?
251,100, he said apartment 104
Yeah,
sold for
right.
251,100, that's what he wants.
And you have.
279.
And you have.
Your
verified.
comp is, 279 is also verified, right?
Yes, which VR means we have paper backing it up. So that's a pretty common thing on Redfin or Zillow or even Realtor.
Yeah.
Those things will be either estimates or a lot of times they're just reflections of our values. There's all kinds of weird stuff in there. Or they're just the average, the median value of homes in that zip code, that kind of thing. They're just trying to provide data and make their website useful to people. But we have to be really careful. We don't work off of those numbers. We have to watch it all the time because as soon as the listing comes down and it starts being the website populating data, they just fill in with all kinds of stuff. I mean, it's not completely unreasonable, but it's often not accurate. The equity grid is going to be other properties in Sorensen Place, and they're all the same. So it's 265, 755, $205 for notice value. This is Shell Ridge and Water Street. We're at 1.03 for this little neighborhood, including all the houses and stuff. Let's see here. They're saying well, I don't really know where to go with this because we have it at 265. They were under the impression 104 sold for less than it did. Even if you were to go to that sale price for 280, even if you were to go to the median of the two sales that we have good data for, you're still at 270 something. All these numbers are preferential just to keep our notice value. That'd be my opinion. And that's all.
Okay, do any of these other
Oh, okay, yeah.
protest items apply?
Let's see, okay, Q3, property should not be taxed. It definitely should. It is A1 property, privately owned. Q5 other unspecified, Q6 7 exemption was denied, modified, or canceled. There's no evidence to that effect presented or on records. Change of use in land is appraised as ag use. This property was not appraised as ag use anytime in the last 5 to 7 years. Owner's name is incorrect. Let me just double check that. Pretty sure it's fine, but. Saw a bunch of stuff listed on their protest for, in their affidavit for the Texas Pro Tax. Tricia and John F. Atwater. Tricia and John F. Atwater. Yeah, okay, so it's exactly the same. And the property should not be taxed in this something. Yeah, I don't know what they.
Appraisal district.
So there is, I'll point out the appraisal district is not a taxing district, but this property is subject to property taxes. Incorrect appraised or market value of something in particular, I don't know what that says. But the only thing to be considered here would be the value of the real estate in front of that. So they don't have any, we're not covering any personal property or anything, so. So no, I don't think so.
What did you have as the sale price for 104?
279,000.
Don't see any change. Okay, with respect to, I'll make a motion on 2021, case ID 2021-1212, account 43603. With respect to Q1, incorrect appraised market value, and Q2, appraisal ratio exceeds median level of appraisal of equity value. And other protests specified Q3, Q5, Q6, Q7, Q9, Q10, Q12 do not apply, or is not applicable here as determined by the district. And I move that we maintain the 2021 appraised value at $265,750.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Case closed.
Where do you think you're going?
So to go take my daughter to work, I'll be right back. Stop in a minute.
Take a quick break and then we've got 10 o'clock.
Do we have people?
We have a call in. Yes, for two cases. Let's see. It's actually, they had 3 listed. And Beth is working on it, so I actually don't know which 2 it is. It's gonna be either 66, 67, 67, 68, or 69, but she said she only wants to do 2 of the cases. So we're reworking the affidavit and give her a call.
Okay.
Hey, when you did it, that Mike said that you came up with you need 1 desk.
Yes.
So that's
Josie does do this. She had a part of work this.
for now, Barbara and Donna. So that means we lost 3 desks, right? So why do we only do 1?
Because because that one's gonna be there. And somebody had screwed that out. Val had to do that, she had an L. I think so, she had a little L, right? I think Val had another desk.
Hey, I gotta go pick up Brittany real quick. And take her to work and I'll be right back. I tried to find Scott. They haven't sent him.
Okay.
Okay.
Scott's next to it.
Let me go grab him real quick.
Go grab Scott. Just tell me he needs to come in.
Yeah, and the, you didn't want to end up with
An extra desk. for no
two desks
Yes,
forever.
okay. So
That- that's
now I
the
know,
Johnson
it's
side.
nineteen
She
sixty-eight
wanted to
and
change it
nineteen
to whatever.
sixty-nine.
Make sure that's new. And then it followed in so it was like, these desks held up so well, it's telling you, if we have extra ones, they're gonna be yours forever.
Hey, we're planning on using one of your desks now.
Okay, as far as I know,
You're gonna have one desk. So that.
it's gonna be Angela
One
Bush.
of Val's desks, three, the Val's one of Val's desks.
Now we need to ask if she have a phone hearing, she didn't ask him that
Yes.
time. So,
It's yours and theirs. And we'll just pick a style of showing that we want. So, just in every office, we just need
Okay. Okay. Thanks, Scott.
Oh, you're welcome.
Are y'all about to start a hearing? Yes?
yes,
There you are.
Oh, you ready? Sorry, I didn't realize.
Let's go over see Scott. What number is this?
it's going to be, case nineteen sixty-eight and nineteen sixty-nine. Phone call with Angela Bush.
1 o'clock, 10 o'clock.
Back to the, yeah, now we're at the 10 o'clock doc.
Page 5.
Page 4.
And 5.
You'll see a couple more accounts under her name, and she said she does not want to do those accounts. Okay, so this is going to be cases 1968 and 1969. Mr. Chairman, the property owner did not request a phone hearing in advance, has turned in an affidavit for 2 properties and would like to have a phone hearing with your permission.
Do we have any problem with that? David, are you okay with that? Okay, let's proceed.
All right, I'm going to call.
So what property are we doing?
Case 1968.
You see 1968?
This is Evelyn.
So we're not
Angela.
doing these- we're not doing 67
Hello.
or 69.
Hi, this is Charlie Powers at the Appraisal Review
67,
Board. How are you
68,
today?
69.
Good, thank you.
Okay, we have some administrivia to go through before we get down to the heart of the matter. So
Okay.
just follow along and I'll ask a couple of questions toward the end.
Okay.
We're opening a hearing on case 2021-1968, account 58412. This hearing is being recorded.
Check.
Yeah.
Okay.
1 second, please.
Okay.
You were in 1968?
1968, yes.
And actually, I don't know if my hearing or if my protest is actually for 58412. I think it's really more, well, I guess I'll just start, we'll go with that. We'll start with that.
Okay, so red protest is Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds median level of an appraisal or equity value.
Yes, we probably want to verify which two accounts because there were four to begin with. And I understand, Ms. Bush, that you wanted to just hear two of the cases?
Yes.
Okay. And that would be account number 58412 and 69761.
Yes.
Okay. We got it.
So we're swearing in for one at a time? No.
There's
Just
two.
do, okay.
Okay, let me back up a minute. We're actually opening a situation where we have two accounts for the same person. So we'll deal with them individually when we get down further in the script. We are appraisal review board who will be hearing your protests today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. The Comptroller's Office provides an electronic survey for you to offer feedback about your experience today. They may be accessed at the appraisal district office or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey-ARB. Survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest or signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 4166F as it relates to case number 1968 and 1969.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F as it relates to case numbers 2021-1968 and 1969. And just to reiterate, on both accounts, Q1 and Q2 are at protest.
Okay.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with a person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F as pertains to accounts 2021-1968 and 1969.
I, Bill Duff, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 4166F for cases 1968 and 1969.
I, Eamon Burke, do solemnly swear affirm the testimony shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. This is for both accounts, 1968, 1969.
Angela, I'm assuming that you are under oath for the duration of this hearing as you signed the affidavit. You understand?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm obligated to ask if you hold a Texas appraisal license.
No, I do not.
Okay. Do you have access to the hearing procedure times chart?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Then we have opened the hearing on 2021-1968, account 58412. Would you like to go first, or would you like the district to go first?
Well, I can go first.
Okay, you have 5 minutes to state your case.
Okay. So I actually don't, okay. So I own the two properties. I own the 58412 and then I own the 69762. And last year, I worked with Ray, I think, and he was able to like combine the two properties. So I don't know how he combined them, but I guess the land value, the rate they use is lower when you own more property. And so I think that went away. So I was trying to see if that was still something that they could look at as a whole, and I don't know if that reduced the land value at all.
You had just mentioned 69762. Did you mean 69761?
Oh, yeah, I'm so sorry. Yes, that's 69761.
Okay,
Yes,
all right, no problem.
because I actually do own 69762, but that's in a different account name. But yeah, 69761. And so I don't know how to not jump back and forth between the two, because I don't know if that, if that messes you guys up or not.
Well, we do
But
have,
my six,
we do have to stay on 68412, 58412.
Yeah.
Because that's the hearing that's open.
right, okay. So I don't know the best way to go about it, because I don't know if I really am protesting the value of 58412, because but I need to address that one because its land value is lower than my property at 69761. And they're, right next to each other, so I guess 69761 is really the one I'm trying to get down. And then I'm trying to see if we combine the 2 acre, the land, do they both go down?
And they touch, is that what you're saying?
That's right, that's right.
Look up on the big time tree.
Yeah, I can see. They're adjacent.
And so last year, when I was working with Ray,
They go all the way through.
he did do something with combining he was able to kind of look at it like 4 lots, which was like 25,600 square feet, I think.
So when you say 4 lots, you're saying 69761, 58412, 69762, and which?
No, I'm 697, that's completely separate.
Okay.
When I say 4, like each is 2, like the 58412 is 2 lots.
I see.
And what are they total? Well, I don't know what that is. Oh yeah, they 12,800 square feet. Yeah. Each property, so a total of 25,600 square feet.
Checkbox thing.
Well, let's see what they come up
It
with.
is checked. Okay.
You have anything else?
No,
Angela?
that's it.
Okay.
Scott, can I see if in this account in the land, if there's a note for why there's a 90% adjustment? Okay, there's no note for it, but I would assume that this is, go to details on this table, see where the break is. Right here. That's where table doesn't break actually for quite a while. Okay, so yeah, well, even with the effective size, go to market value. Even with the effective size being larger, it's still only $4 a foot on the schedule. There's no break shown in supported by sales that say that there is an economy of size at this point yet. Basically, it's not big enough to get a bulk discount. But I would assume that's what this is. There's just a 90% adjustment. And I'm pretty sure that's what it is. So this one, I think it's already being done for this account. Since we're doing this one first, that's what I'm saying.
Okay. Okay, that's fine.
All right, are we good?
Yes, I think we're good. Like I said, I don't really see
Okay,
an adjustment on this one, but
okay. Let me close it out.
Okay,
Okay.
so I'll make a motion on case ID 2021-1968, account 58412 with respect to Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeded median level of appraisal or equity value, that we maintain the 2021 appraised value at $46,080.
Second.
In favor?
Aye.
Okay, case closed. Moving on to case, open hearing on case ID 2021-1969, account 69761.
okay.
Go ahead, Andrew.
Okay, so this one shows the land value at like $4 a square foot. And I feel like based on, what we just talked about on the other property and the properties around it, it should be at the $3.60. Which would match my property at 1013 Moline. It also matches the land value of the property to the right, which is property ID 69762. It's $3.60 a square foot. So I don't know, I'm trying to get some clarification on why this property is $4 a square foot.
If there was a 90% adjustment on that other one, so Eamon, is it appropriate that, can I ask if it's appropriate that the 90% be applied to this one as well? I assume that's the difference here.
Yes, the total value for this property would be $56,750.
I'm sorry, 56 what?
$56,750.
So
That's making it 363 for 360 per square foot.
Yes.
okay, so let me just make sure.
Are you okay with that, Angela?
Yes.
Okay, very good.
0.80 plus. Okay. I got this.
Got it? Okay,
Yes.
go ahead.
Okay, so I will move on. Case ID 2021-1969, account number 69761. With respect to Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeded median level of appraisal or equity value, that we lower the 2021 appraisal from 61,870 to 56,750.
Second.
In favor?
Aye.
Okay, Angela, you got it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I think we're done.
Have a good day.
Okay, I appreciate it. Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, that concludes the 10 o'clock docket. The rest were no show. But
I'll
we'll need to
check.
see you back at 1:30.
Do you have 1:30?
We do have, let's see who we've got on here.
When's Robert coming back?
We've got we've got 3 that I know of. I'm expecting 3 properties on the 1:30.
In person?
2 in person, it's the same person, and then 1 by phone.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank y'all.
So we're adjourned till lunch? I mean, till 1:30?
Till 1:30.
I'll check with Cindy and see if she wants to come in.
Okay, yeah, just keep in mind, there'd be probably 3 ahead.
You meant for her to come in this morning. When you asked
Right, right.
me.
But I mean, she can come in a little early, you
I don't
know,
know if anybody
she
cares.
can get your, definitely.
Yeah.
On the far end of it. Okay. It looks like it's just tape, PVC to the hose bit with tape around it. I don't know if it's actually being used or,
But the water line is going to the property, to the trailer.
well, somebody might want to check because we just, I mean, there's no fitting. It's just got black tape around it to make the connection.
It seems weird that it would have, because it wouldn't hold if it's just taped on there.
Unless, I mean, Bill said if it's this Flex Seal tape, that's pretty, but you can actually squeeze it to see. And I can't actually verify that it's pressurized either, but somebody may want to take a look at it before you end up watering the parking lot over the weekend.
Yeah, I got plenty of money.
Yeah, but then there'll be another flood in here. I just thought I'd point it out. The water line going into the trailer, into the temporary buildings, is from a hose bit. But where they connected the PVC line to the hose bit, they just have black tape around it. There's no fitting or anything that's actually really connected to the rule of case.
Weird.
Not really. I mean, it's probably just an electrician that did that as opposed to a plumber.
Well, we had a plumber out here, was my understanding. But,
You can take a look at it. I may have just blown smoke.
an odd thing.
See you later.
All right, take it easy.
I would say Dubica or Dubica.
She was the first one.
Hello,
Hello, is this Irene?
speaking.
This is Charlie Powers at the Appraisal Review Board. How are you?
Hi, good to talk to you.
Okay, look, we've got some administrivia to go through, so if you just follow along with me, I'll have some questions when I get down to the end. Okay, we're opening a hearing on case ID 2021-1132, account 58204. This hearing is being recorded. And we have
a protest Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeded median level of appraisal or equity.
Got it, Herman? We are the Appraisal Review Board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. Eamon is sitting in for the district representative today, by the way.
Excuse me, who is?
Eamon,
My name is Eamon Burke.
did you get that?
Eamon Burke,
Yes, that's correct.
okay.
We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. The Comptroller's Office provides an electronic survey for you to offer feedback about your experience today that may be accessed at the Appraisal District Office or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey-ARB. The survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. That'll come to you in the mail after this hearing is over.
Okay,
In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. This is very important, Irene. We have all
I
your
didn't
evidence.
understand that. I spoke too fast.
We have all your evidence, right?
I sent in a 40-page file. Do you have that?
Yes. Okay, very good. Thank you. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 4166F.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 4166F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Irene, I am assuming that you are under oath for the duration of this hearing since you signed the affidavit. Do you understand?
Yes, I understand.
Thank you, ma'am.
I, Eamon Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony I shall present is true and correct.
Excuse me, I didn't hear that.
It was me swearing in. I'm under oath now as well.
It was just Eamon swearing in.
Okay.
I am obligated to ask you if you have an appraiser's license in the state of Texas.
No, I don't.
Okay, thank you. Do you have handy, or can you put your fingers on the hearing procedure times chart?
Yes.
Very good. Then you see that there's two major columns there, and one is if the protester goes first, or one is if the district goes first. Which would you prefer? Would you like to speak first, or would you like Eamon to speak first?
Yes, I would like to go first.
Okay, you have 5 minutes to state your case.
Okay, ACAD has raised the appraisal of my property by more than $57,000, and I believe it should be lowered by at least $37,000. The reasons behind this are described in my letter. That's part of my file on pages 3 and 4. That is really the crux of my arguments. The rest of it is just photographs, so you have some reason to believe what I'm saying. Number one, excessive valuation and an equal appraisal. ACAD raised the appraisal of my residential lot from $50K to $90K.
but they only raised the value of a neighboring residential lot, only 2 houses to the south of me, from 50K to 60K. That lot is owned by a non-resident developer. ACAD also raised the value of the next lot after that, only 3 houses to the south of mine, from 50K to 60K. 3 adjacent empty residential lots directly adjacent to me across a dirt path that's owned privately, abandoned by the city of Rockport years ago, still called South Austin, but that investor also owns 3 empty lots right there adjacent to me, and ACAD only values those at 50K each. So I believe that my residential lot should be valued at no more than 60K. Number 2, my Waterview lot is also excessively valuated. It was valued by ACAD at 100K. That is actually my backup access to my property, which gets flooded on 3 sides, and the 4th is a dead end. And the valuation is too high because in recent years, a quarter of it is submerged under almost a foot of water after every high tide or rainstorm or storm surge on Water Street. Nothing grows there. I've got ruts. Drivers often make U-turns on my lot despite my putting in pilings and ropes. They take down the ropes. Nothing will grow there anymore. So my belief is that Waterview lot has eroded and should only be appraised at 3/4 of its value at about 75K because it's sustained a lot of damage in the last few years. Number 3, excessive valuation of my bungalow, my house. My home was built in 1998. It was damaged by Hurricane Harvey, and I'm still trying to restore it to its original condition. It is a modest house. It's the run to the litter on my block, the only one on my block that has not been upgraded or remodeled. It has not been reaccepted by any local property management agencies for any long-term rentals as it had been through Hurricane Harvey. One of the most damaging consequences of Harvey is that my aluminum sliding glass patio doors and the 12 windows don't open anymore. They were just wet and blown so much that Lowe's estimated that it would cost me about $22,000 just to replace the doors and the 2 windows on the bay side. As you know, they now have to be put in with impact resisting glass to meet current windstorm code. The other 10 windows will require 2-story ladders and will require about another 40 grand. So I actually need to put in approximately 55 grand in order just to maintain the condition it was in 1998. It needs more stucco work, and any pasting or trim work required to frame all those windows in will be an additional expense. I have other issues. All my rancho furniture got wet from the roof leak. It needs to be refinished. My glass shower doors are panes of glass that are only hanging from hooks on the top rail. Somehow the frame got twisted during Harvey, and they swing loose and out, which is a hazard for me. They have to be replaced. I've not yet replaced 6 mature palm or fruit trees. My legacy grow downstairs, patio furniture, and fish cleaning table. So actually, I am facing about 85K in expenses that still need to be made to restore my house to the condition it was in 98.
Okay,
I did a lot of work on it.
Irene, we need to cut you off for your time limit, but you'll have a few more minutes to continue talking.
Okay, in summary, until I find contractors who are willing, able, and available to complete the required repairs and restoration, and they are hard to find, as you all know. Due to depreciation and wear and tear
Irene, you're gonna have to pick this up later. We're gonna have to let Eamon speak for a while.
Okay,
Okay, I'll just present our evidence real quick. So this is 58204 Oh, yeah, it was valued last year at 277,740. This year was noticed at 335,70. The property has no effective age increase and is a 4ST minus built in 1998. The only changes on this were land table changes and neighborhood adjustments. The building itself has just been depreciating since it was built. The sales grid is other properties in South Rockport. Looks like they're all on Magnolia. And they're also raised buildings. They're all a good bit newer, with the exception of Comp 3, it was built in 1983. That one sold for $332,000. It's older than the subject. The comp number 1 is a good deal newer. I mean, it's by about 6 years newer, 7 years, sorry. Sold for $377,000, indicating a value for the subject at $380,000 because it just how it's situated. And the subject has almost twice as much land as these other sales. It indicates a market value for the subject at $370,000, which is what we'd expected to actually transact for this year, even given that it's fully depreciated from 1998, which is 23 years ago. The equity grid shows other properties in this area that are a little closer classed. These aren't necessarily sales. There are 4 class homes in that area, South Rockport. And the indicated median value for these is $346,363, which is about $9,000 or $10,000 below our notice value, or above our notice value. Sorry. So, as far as equity goes, it's like I said, this thing's just depreciating. The only thing that's happening is neighborhood adjustments. What is this at the end here? There's another grid at the end. Oh, it's just a repeat of the same grid. Okay, so it's not new. If we go back to the property card, we'll just show what's been happening. It says the South Rock area is up to 146% on the improvements.
Yes.
And the land value.
What was that in it? What improvement are you, whose improvement are you talking about?
Everybody in South Rockport. It's because people are paying more to have a house in South Rockport every year. They're just getting very high prices in that neighborhood. The land value is 2 separate segments, one at $19 a foot, $18 a foot, and one at $20 a foot. And I'm happy to look at the ones that she brought up being unequal, that are like 2 south. She cited the addresses. If you want to look those up by address, Jackie.
1116 South Austin and 1120 South Austin, as well as 1107 South Austin. I'm at 1108.
So, rectify is a little funny, but that's the subject.
Which lots does she want to look at?
This is one chunk. The thing is, a lot of these sales are going to be lots this size, these 5,000 square foot ones, and this one is 10. This one is also 10. So, but again, let's look at these. It's 56169. All right, so the land, and see what they're valued at per foot. This one's $12 a foot. Water view.
Oh.
Yeah, it did the thing. Yeah. And $20 a foot. Okay, so hang on. That was the residential. So it looks like the water view is probably all going to be $20 a foot. What land table is this residential on? What's the name? Austin S2. Okay. All right. Let's go back to the subject. You can just pull up the evidence packet. It should be on the property card. We already have it pulled up. Huh.
the same land table.
Is there a break?
They should both be the same size. I think. I mean, go back to the other one. Open up that residential table. Click on details on this. I want to look at this table. That's weird.
It is.
Okay, close this. I don't know what that's about. Okay, go to the Picto. Let's get another PID real quick. For some reason, this one's giving the price per square foot of a lot, 40,000 square feet or bigger. Let's look at 66827.
How many minutes are you getting? I thought it was 2.
No, he gets 7.
7 total. It's 2 and 5.
So
All at once?
You had
Well, they
5.
just one after another.
Yeah, you had 5 and he gets 2 and 5.
I'm looking at our land values to see what you're looking for. See, we
Okay,
got
we
this one at
can't see a half
18.
of it anyway, so whatever.
He's just trying to figure out.
I don't know why that's not the way it is, but there's a good argument to be made. You know, err in the favor of equity, right? $12 a foot for the subject. I don't know why that other one is the way it is, but.
So what does that?
Let me see. That would be.
He's doing some calculating.
Okay,
So that would make the property value 305,070.
You just change the value on land.
That's making the residential portion of the land $12 a foot instead of 20 or 18. Sorry.
So we're changing to 305 what?
So 7.
077.
Can we put a note in that other one that's at 12 to figure out why it's at 12? It's a weird spot on that. Doesn't make any sense.
Where are the cameras?
He's out.
He's out?
Yeah.
Okay. Go back to that.
Okay, Irene, you have another 2 minutes. You have 2 minutes to cross-examine or ask Eamon questions and another 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Let me just point out that what Eamon did in calculating the land was to lower your total value to 305,070. That's 305,070
At least as of this discussion, yeah.
of arriving at equity on the land.
okay, that takes care of the one residential lot, that's all. But we know that's obviously that I've been over-assessed on that. And that is absolutely clear. Nobody could deny that. So that's easy. But there's more to this than that. Let's not lose the forest for the trees, never mind the leaves. Why are you comparing my house, which is a 4 ST minus, a standard stucco, to 5 SB plus houses that were sold in March of 2021, this year? You're supposed to be using values that are based on 2020 values up to January 1st. So I am unfairly being compared to houses that are being sold at elevated prices this year.
There are,
So that's one point.
there are,
Second, I do not have a driveway, only a small concrete ramp on that dirt path. The concrete and the carport are being compared to newer and much larger houses at 1024 South Magnolia and 828 South Magnolia. They're cited as not having concrete or utility underneath, which is UU. It is obvious from the pictures provided by ACAD that they both have extensive driveways and large enclosures underneath, much larger than my little original utility case. So the comparables that you cherry pick are not comparable to my house. The house improvement next door to me at 1104 South Austin, selected for the sales ratio report, is is definitely not even close to comparable to mine. It is a much taller house, a 3-story with much more living space, which is not even 10 years old and is extensively upgraded with high-end fixtures and premium built-ins. My house does not compare to any of the houses built in the last few years. It has lavender formica counters. Get a load of that. Plywood and OSB cabinets, not high-end wood. It's got cheap fixtures, builder's grade material put in by developer Frank Fisher, the cheapskate in my house. And so the value of my property should really be closer to $240,000 because I have to put in about $85,000 just to bring it up to where it was in 1998. Anything else is on me, of course, and I do intend to upgrade, but I am still trying to recover from Hurricane Harvey, and I don't think you understand that. You're comparing me to houses that are sold in the last few months, which is not supposed to be what we're looking at. We're supposed to be looking at 2020 values. So that is unfair. I don't think that's sufficient because my house isn't worth as much as you're making it out to be. And my lot, okay, it's a water view, even though it's blocked by enormous houses. That's my only access to the front of my house, which is the architectural front of my building. From it though, I can't access the stairs or the driveway because those are facing the private property that's not very well maintained, the dirt path on the other side of my house, which is my official address on South Austin. So, and that land, as I pointed out earlier, has been eroded, it's rutty, it's full of water, and we're not even talking about any of this year's calamities. I'm talking about every single high tide or rainstorm of a half an inch or more floods Water Street and about a quarter of my lot. So it's unusable, it's impassable. And I think that needs to be brought into consideration instead of comparing me on square foot calculations, which is all fine and good, but they're not comparable to this house, which is 23 years old and which has not been upgraded. It's basic, it's well kept, it's got HVAC replaced, it had all the important things done, but it's not upgraded like the others.
Irene, you're out of time. Hold off for a minute. Okay, you have 2 minutes for rebuttal.
I'll just point out the reason we're comparing your property to your neighbor is because it's your neighbor. The thing that makes it comparable is that it's situated just like yours. So yeah, there's a lot of things to adjust, but you know, the same thing could happen if we found a house that looks just like yours but wasn't on the water. You have to work with what's out there. We are making adjustments for these things. And to be clear, I don't think your property was noticed at over market value. The adjustment I suggested was strictly on a sense of fairness. There's some sort of mistake on their lot. They're not getting the correct price per square foot. So basically what I'm offering is to give you the same deal they got for no reason. It's just a mistake. Your land should be $18 a foot. That's supported by sales in this area. You know, I get that it gets water in it, but that's what this place is. It's right next to the bay. I live right behind there. We get a bunch of water too. But this doesn't stop them from selling. You know, your house is built up for a reason. We haven't upgraded the class of this house or the years. It's fully depreciated. The building only has $145,000 of value, even including market adjustments. I mean, you can't even build it for that. Like, not even close to that. I don't know what to tell you. I think that our house is worth every penny you were noticed at. I was just offering the adjustment just out of a sense of being fair, because I don't know why that other lot's at $12 a foot. It shouldn't be.
Agreed, but I also agree that I don't have as much land as you say I do because it spends a lot of time underwater, so I don't have use of it.
I think that's a great thing. I think
It's
the water over there
It's
is
the only
great.
access to my house, and you may live close to there. You have lavender formica counters, you have OSB cabinets and plywood. No, most people have granite countertops there and hickory cabinets and all sorts of great things. I have cheap fixtures. I don't have stainless steel sinks and islands or anything like that. That's why I included pictures to show you it's a very basic house.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
Okay, we're out of time at the moment. However, we're going to you have 1 minute to provide any closing comments, and then we'll have some more discussion based on some of the items you raised. So you have 1 minute to close, Irene.
Okay. I am still struggling to restore my intended retirement home to its pre-Harvey condition and have not yet been able to schedule contractors to complete it this year. I assess its fair value to be no more than the $105,400 at which ACAD assessed it in 2017, or even the $78,160 in 2018, instead of the $145,000 ACAD assumes it has appreciated in value somehow without any evidence of improvements or upgrades. Until I find contractors who are willing, able, and available to complete the required repairs, I believe the assessed value of my property should remain at 2018 levels, i.e. between 255,000 and 228,000 to make it about 240,000.
Okay, thank you. You're out of time now. Amy, do you have anything else to close?
No, I don't have.
Okay, I want to start off first by making sure you fully appreciate or understand the grids that were sent to you in terms of sales comps and equity comps. Recognizing that some of these comps clearly are different than yours, different in age, different in style, in the type of materials used, and so on. There are a whole range of adjustments that appear in the data to bring the comp to make it equal to yours by subtracting value or adding value as required. Okay? The second thing is, and this is, we're in our time now, we need to have some more discussion, I think, about the damages that you are mentioning in your evidence. Right now, the appraisal district shows on your house that it is 100% complete, and that does not appear to be the case. So.
That's right, that's correct, absolutely correct. You have no reason to believe it was ever completed. I never told you it was completed. And nobody obviously has been there because they haven't seen that it isn't completed. That's why I had to submit 20 pages of pictures there to show you what's going on inside, because a lot of assumptions are being made here that are totally off the wall.
Okay, Irene, you gotta help me a little bit here. I'm looking at your pictures and I don't see where the issues are. I've gone through all the pictures and it looks like it's a nice little house.
Okay, and I can't open any of the windows, and I can't open the sliding glass door because the house shifted. How can I show you? You're welcome to go in there. My aunt can let you in. You can go and see if you can open any of the windows, which used to open just fine before Harvey. Somehow the frame swirled around them. I can't open any of the windows. How do I show that to you?
I don't know. I was I was looking at your
You can
picture.
go in there, you're welcome to go in there and take a look, rather than looking from the street and saying, oh, it's a nice house. It is a really nice house, I love my house. I wish I could be living there right now.
Irene, is that?
And I buried my husband last Friday, and I'm going to get back there, and I'm gonna try to get contractors to work on it. But there are a lot of things wrong in it. If you don't believe me, you don't believe the pictures, go there. The shower door is hanging on hooks off the top rail. It's shifted and it's not, the glass isn't meeting the bottom rail. I have to get that replaced. I need more stucco done. I can send you 40 more pictures if you want. I don't know what you accept as evidence to counter your assumption.
Irene, what did you say that the amount of your repairs was going to cost you?
Well, just for replacing the windows and the patio doors with impact resistant glass, would be about $65K. The estimate from Lowe's is just for the sliding doors and the 3 windows on the bay side.
Okay, but Irene, I have, just hold up a second. That, what you said was replacing them with impact resistant glass. That's an upgrade. That's not a
I
repair.
don't have a choice. I have to replace them with those, but they're not done yet. They're still at the old level and they don't open, meaning that the house isn't as good condition as it was in 1998, because windows don't open. And I believe you need to have that if you have fire escape.
What?
All I'm saying is I need to put in more. I don't think the windstorm code, it's a good idea to have impact resisting glass.
Okay,
That's what I need to put in.
let me interrupt you for a second.
Functional. I can't have a house without windows.
Irene, we understand what you're saying, okay? Now, we look back at the history on your account, and we reflect or show that last year's appraisal also showed 100% complete. In other words, basically no storm damage. Did you?
Well, that's your position, not mine.
Well, that's what it did last year. Did you file a protest last year?
My husband had dementia. He was dying. I didn't have the time or the ability or the energy to sit there and do a protest. Sorry. And it was COVID year, so there are a lot of things going on. We're not always available to protest. And if you make assumptions, that's kind of being guilty before you're proven innocent. You should really ask us,
Irene,
as you asked right after Harvey,
Irene,
what the status of our house is.
Irene, hang on.
Irene, I'm gonna make a suggestion here. I'm looking at the, I'm not sure what page it is, but it's the install 2 windows, something option, something door option. It adds up to $19,000. I'm gonna offer up a suggestion that
I mean, it's just for two windows and a door. There's 10 more windows.
on top of the offer that Eamon has made you on the land, that we go with a 10% reduction on the improvements.
I don't.
Give me a number.
14,000. I can't do it. 14,500. 305,020 minus 14,500.
295.70.
295.70.
295.70. You okay with that?
I'm okay.
Yeah.
Make a motion.
Yeah, that doesn't take care of the lot I have that is unusable.
We've already made adjustments for the lot.
That was on the residential lot. That's the 30K that is obviously totally unfair and unequal. I'm talking about the other lot.
We have on this account, there were 2 segments,
And we have made adjustments to bring both those segments in alignment, as well as making them equalized to your neighbors.
So that's the residential lot that shouldn't have gone to 90K. They're only paying 60K, so that's the 30 right there. That's all that is. You're not looking at my other lot that is unusable because of,
There is a total
because
of,
it's underwater
No,
most of the
Irene,
time.
no, Irene, all of Water Street goes underwater. That's not unique. You're not
Water
unique.
Street is fine. If the street is underwater, that's one thing. My property is underwater.
Irene, we're gonna make a recommendation right now to change the value of your property, so that will conclude this case. So let us make our recommendation for the change in your value.
go ahead. Okay, I'm making a motion on case ID 2021-1132, account 58204, with respect to Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds median level of appraisal or the equity value, that we lower the 2021 appraisal from $335,070 to $295,070.
Second.
Favor?
Aye. 29057.
For those 295.70.
29057.
Did I say that wrong? I said 295.
Yeah, 2907757.
Hang on a second.
I thought you said
305
I just have a pencil here, but I think I'm getting 290.70.
305070.
Yes.
Minus 14,500. It's 290,570.
Okay.
Unless I did it wrong, which is entirely fine.
Okay.
But I got it right here.
070.
570.
290 570.
I transposed the 5 and 0.
That's okay. I'm just,
So do I need to just make the
Just
motion?
make
We made the motion.
Okay, so I'm gonna do, let me just.
Updating the motion, we're correcting the motion for 2021-1132, account 58204. With respect to Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeding median level of appraisal, that we lower the 2021 appraisal from $335,070 to $290,570.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
We're done, Irene.
Somebody say yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, it's better than nothing, but I still have a lot of work ahead of me, so
Yes, ma'am. I understand.
Termination.
I hope you get that workforce development center going. We need more skilled tradespeople to work on all this stuff.
Oh, here.
Been hurt by storm chasers and ended up overpaying already a lot. We need to
Amen.
get a better, more skilled workforce in Rockport.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Irene.
Okay, thank you for considering this.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye.
Okay, our next case,
Just because he finds out the workforce development center will end up being taxed.
What?
Will end up being taxed.
our case numbers, next are 863 and 864. We'll do an affidavit together for those two.
And 130.
They're on the 130 docket. It's the
It's on page 6.
We're good. Just do them in order.
Yes, I checked with him and he said that was fine.
Wait, what is this?
It's 863 and 864. Are these case numbers? No, he is here in person.
Oh,
Okay, I
he's here in
can't find it.
person.
Where's it at? Yeah, 130.
Blood pressure.
This is something
Oh, here we
about
go. Okay. Sorry.
frontal
That's okay.
lobotomies and violence and inflammation. Yeah. Time marches on. Read your vote. Online.
Is this an agent or is this a person, property owner?
Looks like I don't have an agent on file.
Okay. That's good. Part. Oh.
So this, is this between 188 and 31?
No.
Right behind Bucks.
I think this
It is.
is a convenience store across from Buena Vista.
It's a property right behind it.
It's the one that, it's the one that, all you could see was the roof of the truck that was in front of it. But it flooded, so that it flooded the car all the way up. There's like a ditch, yeah, there's like a ditch.
It's not the actual convenience store. I think it's the land behind it.
Oh, is it, this is the land?
This is not the convenience store. It's the two lots behind it.
It is a lot. Okay.
Yep.
One must be a corner.
Yeah, it is.
I will bring him back.
So it looks like you got the same evidence for both.
This is Chris here.
Good.
He'll be sitting right up there. Case 863.
We have some administrative to go through before we get to the meeting.
Sure.
So just follow along with us.
Okay.
We're opening a hearing on case number 2021-863, account 64907. This hearing is being recorded.
So it is, the protest is Q2 only, appraisal ratio exceeds median level of appraisal.
And got it? Okay. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We're the ones around the tables. Eamon, this is the district representative.
Right.
We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of the report. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to pcad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey ARB. The survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. After this hearing, a document will be created with our determination of value in it. It will also have instructions as to what you can do if you don't agree with it. In accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. This is important. Do we have all your evidence?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. ARB members who are considering the protest does not communicated with anyone about the protest and signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Carr, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4166 F.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66 F.
I have been solemnly swear that I have not communicated with the person in violation of tax code section 41.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4166.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
I, Christopher Sear, do solemnly swear and affirm the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board is true and correct.
I am in order to solemnly swear or affirm the testimony which shall present to the appraisal review board to Aransas County Appraisal District.
I'm obligated to ask you if you have an appraiser's license. You do. That sheet right there is the procedure that we use throughout the year.
Okay.
And you notice there are two major columns on it. That's because you get to choose who goes first. Would you like to speak first, or would you like Amy to speak first?
I'll speak first.
Okay. Sure. 5 minutes.
Okay. So you have the photographs that I took during the flood. I mean, I understand that this is a flood county. I get that, but it creates significant developmental problems for me. That piece of property right there that I drew in, I mean, that's the first piece of property, I guess, that we're talking about. Now, when I did this, and I assumed, or not assumed, but I bought the property about 16 acres. I realized that there's a rectangular piece that's in addition to it, which is what we're talking about right now. But so when I looked at the valuations, and I'm a layman, so when I tried to figure this out for myself, and I looked at the valuations, I looked at the property as a whole, as 16 acres, not as 452 acres or whatever it is. So that's the frame of mind that I had when I was doing this. When I looked at valuations, the first thing I want to point out is the flood problems that I'm going to have in developing the property, which adds an incredible expense to being able to develop it at all. I don't believe TxDOT would even give me an entrance over here because they have an entrance over there underneath the floodwaters. So I don't think, it adds a value to that rectangular property. And as you can see, that rectangular property has water on it. So the only true comparison I did on that one was, or not true comparison, I picked random properties that I could find when I was looking at the map that were similar in size, or not similar. I have the biggest piece of property that's in here that I found with 16 acres. So that tells me that I should probably have a lower valuation per acre than most. But anyway, so that's the way I did the calculations. I found these properties and then I figured out what they were valued at per square foot. And you'll see that I'm at 92 cents per square foot. I didn't even do a separate one for the property that we're talking about right now, but it's more than double the valuation of Bucks, which is on the corner. And that's my case. That's, I look around and my price per square footage is more than double that. So.
Those are 9, 10 acres, 4 acres, 12 acres. Am I reading that right?
Yes.
Anything else for the moment?
No.
Okay, you'll have some additional time.
Okay.
Amy, you got 7 minutes.
We're doing 6, 4, 9, and 7.
That's correct.
So if I'm reading this correctly. What was your opinion of value of the property?
Mine?
Yeah.
For that property in particular, I do not, I have an overall value for the property
You said-
at 38 cents a square foot.
You had the per square foot up there, right? It was 600?
38 per square.
I'm saying 38 cents a square foot
30.
on the 0.457 acres, the 64907. But I'll tell you that 38 cents a square foot is me looking at it as it's 16 acres, not as me looking at it as a half an acre.
So we have properties, vacant land, Picto, we have already got a good grasp on that thing and the market. The two that we're gonna be dealing with. And they really are a unit.
Yes.
They were just recently purchased, I believe. Like a year ago. Which is the other one? 706.
It's this one.
Oh, I see. It's that. It's like the puzzle piece sheet.
That's
And then
this.
they go extend out to the front. So evidence. We've got the there's a listing in here for this property. It's listed for 640, 500. We don't know when it actually ended up closing. Okay. It's less than what we were putting on it. I'll settle with whatever you do for it. I don't even know what that is. The sales grid is land sales in this area on 188 Market Street in 1781, pretty large tract on 1781. It's like one of the bigger ones in this little area.
Yeah, just for completeness, we don't protesting equity.
Okay, so the median equity value is $1.60 square foot. Comps are 1810, 188, 239, 299, 188, 371 South. The values of those lots are 160, and 90. Yeah, if it's just land equity, it's going to be reduced to lots of splits and price per place. But what are your thoughts at?
Oh, you're looking at bucks.
This is gonna be a hard one. Let's say.
84 cents a square foot.
94?
84.
84. And then, what's the?
Highway 35 South, AP1 is the land table.
That's, what's the triangle? The, the other part of the triangle where it extends? I can't read. Back to the map.
This,
That tree there.
This?
Yeah, what is that?
649. $96 a square foot. It's on a different land table. It's on the 188 land table.
You said 90 cents?
Yes.
Okay, and then what's the, let's do one more. Let's do 6447.
28 cents a square foot.
All right, and the, let's look at the subject again and see how many land segments are in the subject.
One.
Great.
Okay, with that.
$1.60 a square foot.
$1.60.
Mhm.
That's.
It's on a 188 land table. It must be the break, maybe.
Probably just because it's a small lot.
Yeah, it's the break.
Well, I mean, you're. Oh, amazing. It's got a long ways to go before it gets to the 84 and 28 cent points. Quick.
And the other one was 28.
Mm-hmm. It's on a 35 then.
Doing 67 cents a square foot. On an equity basis there. So, yeah, I'm giving 13,330.
And that's just for 64907.
Correct. Why are we not putting on the side? Something didn't work for this. This needs to be fixed. Because part of the problem is, with this being a transaction, we need that data to affect land value. We need it to work, and it's not ever going to work if we just keep putting Band-Aid adjustments to make this account particularly calculate right. We want the system to actually. We want to actually work. So, well, we want to know hopefully, right? But we also want this land value to calculate correctly by itself. Rather than telling it what to do, we need to kind of retrain it and fix it because it's completely wacky. This thing is so much higher than everything surrounding it. It's like sometimes you do a land table break, and then there will be just this mathematical error where something that's smaller ends up being more dollars in total, not just per square. You gotta go ahead and fix that. Just 30,000 parcels, so it can happen. But this thing, from an equity perspective, it's no sense. I mean, we're way off.
13,000 what?
13,338. You know, and I think that, you know, we have, this thing was listed for 640. Well, if on an equity basis, the whole value of this property goes down to like 200,000 or something, we need it to be accurate so that if we ever rectify the difference between our number and what things are really selling for, it doesn't make the rest of the neighborhood go insane. It doesn't break the value everywhere. So fixing whatever is bothering us, I'm just saying, it needs a note, and we'll have to figure out how to fix it.
What was your price per square foot?
67 cents.
67 cents. And was that based on 16 acres or?
Yeah, it was based on the fact of seeing one unit, and it's an average of the square footage prices around.
Right, but I mean, it's the square, you took the total acreage of the two accounts together.
Correct. Okay. The two accounts together, we say so. But I don't know if there's no other listed. But it's for both lots, not just one. For both lots, that's 60.
Okay, well,
He's up, so. Got 4 minutes for cross-examination and rebuttal. So you can ask him questions. And rebuttal.
Okay. I think if I have any questions.
Unless you're comfortable with 13,000.
I am comfortable with
And then we are done
it. Okay.
on this one.
I'm gonna take it down 13,330.
Yeah.
Okay, so I will make a motion on case ID 2021-863, account number 64907. With respect to Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds median level of appraisal or equity value, that we reduce the 2021 appraisal from 30,850, I'm sorry, 31,850 to 13,330.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Close. Opening case. 2021-864. Account 70613.
And protest is Q2 appraisal value ratio exceeds, the appraisal ratio exceeds median level of appraisal or equity.
Can we cut to the chase here and see
Cut
what
to
it
the
looks like
chase.
at 67 cents?
Well, 67 cents still puts me higher than everybody else. I mean, I got a,
Well, he took the average of all of it.
It puts you at less than, it puts you at about 2/3 what this one is, which is what it should be, because that's a hard corner. There's still more than this, but the average price per square foot of this is gonna have to do with the fact that this, that with the water and stuff. And it puts you at less than this one, which is more 180 range. So I mean, that's just, I feel like it's a pretty good.
well, it puts me more than 61490. I mean, I'm still higher than everything that I listed, significant. And that property, that 64473 is 4 feet higher than my property. It dumps all the water on my property. All the water from Mac Road comes in the back of the property. I mean, I understand where you're coming from about water, but I mean, I've got significant water issues to deal with too. And I mean, the ones I didn't find anything that was more expensive than my property. The only thing I could find when I looked at bigger properties or big properties was lower values.
Well, I mean, your property is gonna be worth more than the smaller piece.
But usually the way that works is the bigger the property, the lower the average works out, not the higher. Smaller properties have higher values
Higher
per square foot. Yes.
but it's still gonna be more in total for more.
Well, I understand that, but I didn't look at it like that. I did it per square foot on those properties. I mean, I have one of them's a 10-acre piece, 28 cents a square foot. Up on 35, you have the boat lodge. They're 41 cents a square foot. And they don't have any flooding issues to deal with, and they have a much higher profile property on a busier road if you look at it commercially.
Well, I mean, I'm just, is this other property just Q2 as well?
Yes.
Okay, well, the only thing under Q2 is equity, so it's a matter of whether or not you're treating the property the same. There's a great argument to me that we hadn't, that we were at an abnormally high value per foot per acre, however you do it, compared to what is directly situated next to the land, is land that your land. So that's what I was offering that based on, even though it took that value, that parcel, to below what it was last year. It's a significant reduction. As far as like market value, unless you paid less than $458 for this place, I don't think that it's worth less than $4. I mean, that's what, as far as what people or what the land is worth, it's worth what you pay. You're gonna be one of the, you're gonna inform us through your market transactions what this land is. Because that's where we get data from. There's no cost value. So, but again, market isn't under protest here. I'm just saying equity wise, that's an average. This guy over here is 84.
Bucks is at 90. And I said, food is 67. You're not the highest, you're not the lowest. You're just in the middle.
You're saying 64473 is at 84 cents?
No, 64473 is at 28 cents.
Right. And I'm at what?
60, I'm proposing 67. What we didn't do last. What is that?
Well, 64473 is a ton of highway frontage.
I would also argue that it's just undervalued. I mean, if we go, okay, well, let's just make it all fair. Let's make everybody the lowest one possible. So then your lot is worth 150,000. Then we have to adjust to get to your sale price. So we're actually appraising property, not just making up numbers. And then everybody who owns the house over there is suddenly on $960,000 worth of it. It doesn't make any sense. So, you know, equity is just about whether or not we're doing anything good to the property, which in this case we were. It's too much per foot. It's too much. It shouldn't be more than the hard. And so I think that just putting it at whatever's in the middle, we can work out the whole neighborhood later. But I don't think it's worth less than the equity.
Well, I think then the middle would be more like 40 cents a square foot.
I don't agree. What is the 67 amount to on this? Comes out to $458,790. You know, we can sit here all day and look at every one of those. I'm just telling you, the only reason I look at more, some smaller ones are going to be more, just like you were saying. The stuff that's got housing in it is going to be more.
Okay, well, if we can't close it out with this, then you have 5 minutes to make the pitch.
I mean, I don't know what else to argue at this point. I mean, I just came in with an equity argument. I don't feel I'm being treated equally.
Got anything else?
No.
Yeah.
I agree in principle. As far as what the adjustment should be, I think it's the only thing we do. I'm looking at those things, and it's the same as the last. Yeah, I don't have anything to do. Yeah, that would put it at a value per square foot as the mean of the properties that surround it. Not looking at little small residential. Because over the years,
Yeah.
What's your question? I'm
Do
sorry.
you have any yet?
No, I don't have anything to add.
When did you find this?
A year and a half ago, I guess.
not going to 75.
Ma'am,
So you're not going to 75.
no. I mean, it's less than the numbers you're working with. It's less than the listing price, I can tell you that.
Oh, yeah. This is- I think I asked you this last time. Did you pay less than $475 for this? Which is what the total.
What do you mean last?
The last case. I thought I asked you that. But I do want to check.
I didn't pay
Still-
less than $457.
Do you have anything else? Okay. We're done.
Yeah.
Yeah. And in fact, that both of them are below what they were. Yeah. Okay.
I'm fine.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, with the flooding issue, with this, build up some land to be able to use the entrance on either side. The one next to him is high. I don't see pictures of that, but I'm assuming it does not flood.
What's that, 35, the front part?
Is the 35, that's the 188 part.
That's 188, there's also a picture
Of four, yeah, somewhere around 64473 or whatever.
right there, there's 35. So I got no entrance in the front, I got no entrance inside.
Where's the adjoining property that's not boxed?
The adjoining property that's not, on
the other side of, you've got boxed, then you're.
the one that I said 4 feet higher.
And then the one that said 4 feet higher.
Can you go to the next picture? It's you can see how the elevation goes up. That's the adjoining property.
It'd be to the left of your truck.
Yes, to the left as you're looking at 35. I mean, I just feel like the property is less worth than less than I paid for it at this point. By the time I figured out the flooding issues and all that, I bought during a drought and now I see exactly what it looks like. It's like not much of an argument, but in a county that floods, but that's where I am on it. It's a beautiful property when it's not covered with water.
How much was that lot? Pull that lot back up again.
I guess a pictometry.
So how far back and how far on the side is the flood?
I think the water was like this. If I had to guess. And then, of course, Buck's septic's right there, so it's all sort of. I mean, there's water here, I know that. So, yeah. What's that?
Backside of the property.
Well, the backside of the property, all the drainage from back here flowed in the back. That's that other picture that I have. Those are actual, rapids of water coming in the backside of the property. So, I have all that to deal with in order to develop it. And not to mention this guy here has 6 pipes draining out into the, and that's another issue, but all that water from back there is coming onto this property, and here's the low spot here. I actually tried to pull in here. There was about 18 inches of water on this drive during the flood. So, I'm not even sure I'll have access to the property like that when the time comes. I don't know. Once I get past the Army Corps of Engineers, which I haven't yet, I'll find out what I can actually do with the property. But I understand.
Where did you plan it?
What's that?
Where did you plan it for?
Well, I got sold on an RV park, but these days I'm like, ooh, there's a lot of money. I don't know. The truth is I don't know, especially because to develop it, if it's on stilts, shoot. Add a bunch of dollar figures to the front before you even get started. Not to mention building up roads, that kind of thing. I thought I was going to build a 200 RV. I don't know how to say it. Anyway, thought I was going to put 200 RVs on it, but I got a little sold on the property. But it is what it is. I understand that. I'd still like to develop it if I can figure it out, but Buck's built below the highway there, and they're always going to have problems. So I don't know what they're going to do, but there's no way I can do anything on this property without affecting them, without flooding them more. So I don't know. I have my challenges. I understand that. I'm just trying to control my costs until I get to that point.
Okay, so let me throw out a proposition, which is to take the 5% reduction for flooding, which, to be honest, nobody likes flooding. This last event was bad all over. But if we take it down, if we take 5% off the 458, that gets us to 435, 850, which then puts us
or per square foot down from 67 to 63.
I'm not opposed to taking something off.
You addressed it.
Okay, so I'll move that on 2021, sorry, case ID 2021-864, cap 70613, with respect to Q2, appraisal ratio exceeds median level of appraisal or equity value that we reduce the 2021 appraisal from 616,290 to 435,850.
All in favor? Aye. Yeah, this one.
You have another one or isn't that? That's it. I think that's it.
Yeah, 3850.
Great.
Yeah.
I'm happy.
That'll get you started.
All right, I appreciate it. You good?
We're good, yes, sir.
All right.
Thanks for coming in.
All right, thank you for your service.
Charlie, you said something a little while ago and it triggered an old memory. You said, Lord love and duck. Is that from a movie back in the 60s or something? That was a saying.
Yeah.
I remember my dad had Lord love and duck, and my dad had a plaque outside of his office door or something like that. And I sort of remember it was like a quote from a movie in the 60s.
Goes way back.
Or it may have been a title from it. It may have been the name of it.
Goes way back.
It does.
Where's,
Got wanted me to let you know. We didn't have it in
You moved to the other table.
I was gonna say you were the one. He didn't show up. I don't know where.
What are you doing?
I was coming to see you, Scott, and you weren't even in here. I was warning somebody that their wife is here.
Is that what we had?
Huh?
Is that what we had?
Yes, yeah, for that one, let you know, might be a little bit. Okay. We put a bag on them and put them in the corner.
Yeah.
You know,
What?
Are you gonna be here?
Yeah.
Right, okay, I'll let Don know in case we need to update it. Ah, right, how you here?
Imagine so. Oh, it's pretty far. No, I thought. She's big for me.
We got Paula, I assume Paula D, and Cindy, and Paula, all four of those.
Yeah.
So page, all of page 8.
It's just four. There's only four. Four cases.
Two of them are Paula's name, and two of them are Cindy.
We're all mixed up together. It's just a little bit.
Anyway, we're on 3 o'clock.
Actually, at some point we all get one. I'm warm now. People scream about that for 30 years. Yes, that's nothing. I didn't make it. Just trying to keep you on the road. that a timeline, Charlie, or is that is it text message?
Just the text message from my alarm system. Ran up to walking.
I hear that every now and then. I didn't know if you were found, if you had a special family.
No. It was,
It's kind of good. Sometimes it speeds up conversation.
yeah, it's just on the, she's got. I think since that. But then.
Yeah.
We talked about it all. So, you know, go on. Prescription. So they're headed home. Nah. Plus it's all. As a matter of fact, one time. Zero. Insurance company. Yeah, you have to pay the whole thing, $800. I'm trying to get money.
Maybe
Great.
I know insurance, fire insurance won't cover it a lot of times, but pumps, they can do it. Look and see. People that are some of those other things. They're pretty good. This is a Walmart. No, you won't. Look.
Walmart, one or two times. Gone there. Walmart.
Cindy takes over. Cindy takes over. Any.
Yeah.
But when she had COVID, couldn't get the inflammatory protein to the toxin because they were getting because failure is other stuff that does more with the gout doesn't affect your liver. So they started giving it to it. So food, it's just like exactly what you have. A new nurse but it really isn't. Really just really. And I'm obscure, but it's a really good that doesn't work like it. And the interest she was it's like that. I really want to sit on. So I don't want to sit on the hold with the insurance company. Just part of it. We'll all. Figure out every discount program. But it also shows huge promise for people who have friend. Ended up with that.
Low capacity.
Pickle juice.
Low capacity.
Pickle juice.
I know.
Living in low capacity.
Or dehydration.
Yeah.
Every now and then, you know, ever since I've had those pickles, I put it in the refrigerator and just taste it. Grab the pickles off. And it, I mean, not even 2 seconds. All you do is hold. And you don't even get that bag thing after the cramp goes away. You have that little bag of like screws. You don't get that.
What?
Yeah. Coaches used to give us that was house with salt. No. Yeah, whatever practice we have this like white line though, salt and oil.
Real situation. Part of it. Sure. Salt. Salt on the food. You eat it. Food, you work it for you. Get ready for it. That eat.
Oh, I'm out.
Where are you going?
I'm tagging my partner. Take over.
Who's that?
Ray, I believe, is gonna do the hearing, the 3 o'clock.
I don't know. what
Hi,
you
sorry.
said. Not being.
You sign like that for you didn't do anything all day.
I'm tired.
I think they're gonna be-
But you didn't see any of that.
I don't know.
No, I think they're- Oh, yeah. I mean, everybody look, it's, maybe there's a law. Yeah, right, that turned into a big fiasco.
Wait, what was it? Somebody went back over.
That's why.
He probably gets it, probably gets it, but he ain't said it. He ain't said it.
Stay with us, bro. Stay with us.
Oh, man. How much do we have left on that? That's it, 3 o'clock?
I didn't actually watch or see any of this. But evidently that turned into a
that.
About 20 people.
Yeah, that was the thing. The lighting, seeing it in town hall last night. There were only like 20 people. Yeah. It's paying for the list. It's paying for it. Yeah, it's like cool. All the reviews. Everybody's trying to it's such good. It's got to try to take that. I know. Oh, Paul.
Oh, I can't imagine.
Yeah, I know. I read that.
All right. She. Oh. Got the world. Most of the classes, that class always have to do with project. And so, usually it's kind of plants. Very fun. I went towards a portion, I don't know how big an acreage it is, more farm. The city went, take like $180,000. They went out there. They came to the city. Oh, no. This is it has to be concrete put on. So they can dig it out. Okay. How much that cost? That's another 15. Oh. And they were constantly sitting like tooth and nail. And the short version, they got everything built it on. The city made them, look, it has to be large, small. Okay. And Patty Nicholson. This is the big dog, like, little. And then Patty Nicholson. Then they had some stuff. But it was just beautiful. And it's set in memory of Patty Nicholson. And so it was beautiful. And sitting inside the dog park. It was like a garden. No, it was metal and it had the wood slabs that were all painted pretty green. And it was anchored. Yeah, it's big lag. Probably a matching or something. You know, it has a big lag. Anchored sitting on concrete. And they unscrewed it, lifted this thing. And I guess they had to carry it out. Never.
Probably. Rest of it is hard for probably.
I read it. Yeah, I'm glad.
That's what I mean.
I'm just gonna do short. things.
Yeah. They were
Probably a
also-
bleach shirt, and I'll bring another shirt because I'm gonna be bleaching that.
I don't think,
Oh.
if I did it,
Your house.
oh, did he,
Your house, you got it.
did he have a? She just got it. But she didn't have,
Hmm.
I think she was back. I don't think she had it. But I think it's called shock. Wouldn't, then,
Should be way less, way crazier than I thought they should have. But that, amen, right here, amen. Into the
No,
median,
no.
things that below.
Okay, I got two.
Oh,
Huh? Yes. Linda.
Oh, she
Different story. Different
you see
story.
what they do?
Yeah.
Two different.
You just went in the middle of this one, this one, this one. I can do these 57, 50, stuff that is 28 cents per foot.
They helped us. They helped us sell
Oh, yeah, so
it. And now
this is what you do. You want them in the bed.
they were really patient.
For
My
the-
wife and I were pretty young.
Oh, wait, what's
And
this one?
they walked us through
This is the one with the.
selling of the house, renting a house, and buying a house.
Because if you want to even more.
For years. And, they didn't make it, and it wasn't a big payday.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
No?
You look good, you really do.
Thank you.
This must be a good year for
I
you.
keep trying to lose weight
Well, you look good. Doesn't he look good?
and I keep failing.
And then you're the new guy?
Yeah, I'm one of the new guys.
Oh, that was a new guy.
You know
Well,
the new guy?
the two of y'all are the new guys,
Yeah,
right?
right.
Oh, that's right, because Robert was here last year.
Robert was here, yeah.
Do we have anybody on the board who has to roll off?
I think Charlie.
So that means this is is it 3 year,
I had one more year.
3 consecutive years in a roll off? Is that the?
Next year will be.
I have 8.
years, so I'll be nice.
So you're at 5,
At 4 and 4.
4 and 4, it's 4, okay.
I thought you have to do, only can do 6.
I think I did 8.
Next year will be my 6th year. I think I have to done.
Okay.
Next year will be my 10th.
I want to go first.
My 10th year.
Let me go first. Okay.
Ray, do you want to go first or do you want?
No, whatever. I'm fine.
Okay.
We're gonna sign in for 4 accounts for an affidavit.
We're opening a series of hearings. Case number 1714, 1715, 1717, 1713. This hearing is being recorded. We have,
You bet. Yeah, I'll give you the sheet. 13, 14, 15, and 17. Okay, so at the protest on all of them, each one is Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeded median level of appraisal or equity.
okay. We are the appraisal review board that will hear your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. You're appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. You know Ray, right? Ray is representing the district today.
We've met.
At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and email to ptad.communications@cpa.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/RSS survey ARB. The survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written materials that have not been provided must be provided at this time. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest. They're signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Carlos, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F as related to cases 1713, 1714, 1715, and 1717.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F relating to cases 1714, 1715, 1717, and 1713.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I'm not communicating with a person in violation of tax code section 41.66F in relation to cases 1713, 1714, 1715, 1717.
Okay.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
I, Cindy Duck, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board is true and correct.
I will not do solemnly swear that
Oh,
that's right.
and I'm sorry, and these are case numbers 1714, 1715, 1717, and 1713.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board is true and correct for cases 17, 13, 14, 17, 14, 17, 15, 17, 16.
Ray Preston, do solemnly swear that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board is true and correct for cases 1714, 15, 1717, 1713.
Which one did you like? Which one?
13? I just asked
13?
that we do the one, if any of them are adjacent, let's do those together.
Yes,
I mean, one and then the other,
yes,
not
okay.
together, but
Yes.
in succession.
Okay, so
13.
let's do 1818 Bayshore, which is number,
17.
it's number 17. Because it's the most by itself.
So we're opening a
Okay.
hearing on 2021-1717, account 24587. And you know the procedure?
Yes, and I want to go first.
Okay. 5 minutes.
Hold on, because I have the wrong evidence up. I thought we were going in order.
24587.
I got it. I have to change it. I had the other one open. Okay, you can go now.
Okay, very good. All right, so, so this one, it's basically just, the main thing is, Bayshore, this 1818 Bayshore, the house was totaled. I went before the appraisal review board last year, and got it set at the value, and on the, structures. We finished up end of August or September, with TWIA. We got our check about October. We then found out about an illness in our family. So we haven't torn the house down yet, but that doesn't mean the house has no value. It is got to be torn down. On the structure part, I just want to, you added some value to it for this year, and it shouldn't have added value, if anything, because I went and met with the guy that tears down the houses, and it's going to cost 18 to 20,000 to clear off that piece of property anyway. So last year was at 11,000. So I don't know what y'all can do on that. I mean, I'd love to see 0 because the house would be gone. It's just, like I said, it didn't get finished up, the lawsuit or whatever we were doing with TWIA, and until October, and then we had the family illness and just haven't had a chance to, it's just not been something that we've had time to deal with. So the structure is 0 value. There is nothing there. It's actually an expense to us of 18 to 20,000 when we tear it down. So that's the structure. As far as the property, keep going now. Keep going. Keep going. Features. Okay. I know that, along Bayshore Drive, you come over the Key Allegra Bridge. Here's the first house on your left. Here's that big two-lot house that they have not been able to sell for like 2 years at all. And then 1818 Bayshore is right here. Here's Riviera, the first street on Key Allegra. Here's Jamaica. This whole section here has all the flooding problems and the traffic problems. And people, they refer to that part of Key Allegra as the poor part of Key Allegra. And living in this first section right here, this first section of homes, none of them have sold in the last 2-3 years. None of these properties along here. It's not a desirable right now because of the traffic. And if we're dealing with January 1st of this year, it's not desirable. It won't be desirable for another year or 2 because of all the Key Allegra bridge construction and everything. So this year you went up, or the appraisal district went up in value from 353 to 418.5, and I couldn't really, I was having a hard time figuring out, and Ray, you can probably explain that in your part, like if it was on water frontage plus other property, because when I talked to the people that own that first lot, and they said they'd gotten it down to, I think, 406, and that sheet's at 406,000, and I think it was based on water frontage, and so it would be those two have the same square linear footage, or on the sheet they do. So I would at least expect it to be the 406, but
Cindy, which one are we talking about?
yeah, I'm sorry.
1,800.
I can put it on the other picto if you want.
Oh, yeah, maybe. I have to get oriented. Oh, okay. Here's this one. The appraisal district, thank you. The appraisal district, the review board, this one right here. And the lines are kind of off, so it's hard.
Yeah.
So it's just like 1818 Bayshore is this one.
Yeah,
So, it isn't that far down. And, all of the flooding issues, all of the traffic issues, this whole stretch, okay? This is the poor section. And then as you get on down Bayshore Drive, then, it is, okay? As you get down Bayshore Drive, because there was a house and it was in y'all's, in the sales.
Cindy,
She can have it.
you got it, huh?
Oh, I'm out of time? Oh, I didn't hear.
Okay, yeah, right.
She's giving my time. It's
All
all right.
right.
I'm sorry.
That's all right.
I didn't know, is that what you said earlier? I'm so sorry, Charlie. Yeah, okay, I'm not listening. I'm kidding. Keep going. No, I didn't. On 38 Bayshore, that's the first sale, okay? All of this, nobody wants to live and buy those. But 1838, which is further down, that's the first house that sold in the last 2 years on Bayshore Drive. And it sold, and it was just a lot, which essentially that's what this is. It sold for $282,500. So that's why I couldn't, and when I went and looked at the footage and everything, the numbers did not compute at all. And I'm like, why is the one at the Bayshore, 1818 Bayshore that we own, why is it so high when it's really at the not desirable end? Why was it so much higher than 1838, which was at 200, and it's in y'all's comps, your comp number 1 in sales. It was for 282,500. So there you go. So I'm asking for 2 things. The value of the structures to be lowered back down and hopefully to 0, because truly it absolutely is a tear down. When you walk in, it's scary to walk in the house. There's holes in the ceiling, the floor, everything's disgusting and falling through. It's going to get torn out. We just didn't finish up with our lawsuit until October, and we had other stuff going on. So, and then the value of the land, I'm like, I'd like to see it lowered a little bit to make it equitable and to make it truly representative. And there is a sale all the way down in the nicer end that's at $282,500. So it's like, so why is ours being raised up to $418,500 when people aren't wanting to buy right in that first section? So that's really all I have.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll give you 5.
What's the number you're looking for?
282.
282.
282.
Who bought the one, who paid 282? We're not talking about bond, wasn't Bowen's buy, was it?
I don't know what your comment.
It's your comp, I don't know.
Well, y'all know more about Key Lake than I do. Y'all know where the poor section of Key Lake is. I didn't
It's
know.
at the beginning where we live.
So who bought 24597, Jack?
It doesn't matter, it's the very, I mean, it does matter, it's the very first sale on Bay Shore on the water side. And it's like in the nicer section and it's much
See, I
lower.
had to find out.
Katie
No, I know.
Hargis Real Estate LLC.
Who?
I'm just checking. Argus. I'm just curious who bought it.
It's a real estate company.
Yeah, I think it's back on the market right now. Do you know? So here's the deal. I had to ask, because if there was a way to get out of this, without the board having to make a decision, I was gonna make a decision. But I'm not gonna go to 280. So, the board can make a decision. Here we go. We all know where this is at now. The opinion of the appraisal district on the house is very simple. We're happy to talk about homes that are damaged. We're even more happy to talk about them under oath. It's helpful for us. We got burned by people telling us their house was going to be torn down, us putting it at zero value, and then us coming back the next year, and there's a house there, and that is difficult for us. So we're here. If that thing's going to get torn down, the board can go to whatever number they want to go to. I'm not defending that at all. I get it. Everybody understands litigation. Everybody understands demo. We're all on board.
And actually, can I restate something?
Not yet,
Oh,
but you will be in a minute.
okay.
So in our sales grid, there's 3 sales. There is 1838 Bay Shore, 282 500, 848 Bay Shore, 430,000. What does Bay Shore do? Does Bay Shore skip, or is it, how many houses away is 138 to 148?
Yeah, it'll be.
Does it go 139, or does it go 138, 14? Does it go
138, 140.
So this is potentially five houses away
Yeah.
to the south.
Yes.
So it sold for 430, happened in December of 2020. The previous one happened in October of 2020. And 1862 Bay Shore sold for 419. And that would be quite a bit further down. That might have been by Mr. Petty, I'm not sure, that bought additional, he bought a house next door or something like that. The median value is 447. We're valuing on a front foot basis here. Let's see, equity grid. In the equity grid, we use not land, but homes. The grid does not work well if there's a house, and we comp it to land and equity. So we have to do this. We have to make some outrageous adjustments. You'll see them in here. It's the only way to do it. The subject house is 25% good, 75% bad in our data. So that comes out to 442 in equity. I do not like doing grids and all this stuff on damaged homes. It feels like a big waste of time, but it does say 442. That's the median equity value on a 75% bad damaged home in Key Allegro as compared to homes that are not damaged, and us trying to damage the homes in the numbers. That's where we're at with that. So by our grids, we're at 442. We noticed 446. And in sales, we're at 447, and we noticed at 446. And that's all I have.
What was your number, right?
Oh, I thought we were going to go, let me go. I thought what we were potentially going to do, 400. Wait. No. 28, yeah, 400. So that's 446. Yeah, I was going to go 400. That was my number.
Well, so let me ask you, because of,
I have, yeah.
Oh.
No, you're okay. We can talk now. You have to let me present. there's a certain amount of etiquette in here that if we interrupt each other, then we never get anything done. And I'm done presenting, so go for it.
So, in reality, on the house, I was looking for 0, because it truly, for real.
So yeah, I don't want to get all scientific here. We had a damaged home.
Right.
Sitting on a lot.
Yeah.
Does anybody know what all that's worth? The answer is no.
Right. Except for nasty letters from the homeowners
I understand,
association.
that's why I'm
and
saying
fines
the
and-
appraisal district's okay at 400.
And all of it, okay, and then, on the property, actually, what I was looking for was last year's value, what is that? The
353, 250.
364,570.
Because again, there is, honest to God, that beginning part of Bay Shore, people are not looking to buy.
Well, nothing's changed, it's only gotten worse.
I mean, people have not bought in that front part, and because of what's going on with the Key Level Bridge, people just start knocking down the door. So my number that I would be asking for would be last year's
You're talking about last year's value of the combined.
on the property,
Was there a,
0.
on the land. No,
No, just, you're talking about the last year's
Something like
value on the
$400,000
land.
for the whole thing, and you're talking about 360.
So you're talking about the value on the land last year, the value combined of the land and the improvement.
What was the combined land and I don't have it here.
combined land and improvement last year was 364,570.
yes, 364,570.
That's what you're
Now-
looking for.
That's what I'm looking for.
That doesn't account, she said you wanted a 0 value on the house.
Right, and I'd be okay with going to 364,570 on the property, okay? But more than that, I really don't think it's in that area. I really think, because I really think the house should be at Z. I promise you, the house is going to be torn down. That is absolutely, nobody could fix it. So, but I think, 364,570, but more than that, in that front section of Bay Shore, people are not looking to buy there.
So
You know what I'm
you.
saying, too? House value is 0.
Mhm.
And go with this.
Mhm. However, there was a,
That's for my.
Ray, is there a neighborhood adjustment that caused the
We did, we raised
increase?
the neighborhood. We didn't on purpose raise the Ducks home because, we just raised the
Yes, you did, right? You said.
We raised
Cindy
the
Beckett this year.
land, we raised the land on Bay Shore, and we also raised the improvements probably. We raised unit 1, so.
Yeah, I,
Going to 0 on the house and for last year's value.
I don't, again, nobody answered the question that I was asking. The change in the land to 418, I'm guessing is just entirely
Those three
neighborhood
cells.
adjustment.
That's those 3 cells. It's the 3 cells. We changed the land value based on those 3 cells.
Which are, none of them are before our house. They're all down further in the nicer section.
But then you don't have any, you don't
Your
have
equity
any
bridge shows the
evidence,
land.
sales in
It's
this
not the
older
sales, it's
section.
not the sales. that kind of-
Because nobody wants to buy in there.
There aren't any.
That, for the second house, they come in every year. Nobody will buy that big 2-lot, that
$2.3
second.
million one.
Like, nobody will even offer them anything for that. Because it's,
I know, I put the cell phone.
I mean, there's just,
No, it was here too. It's an old-
none of those
Old Bay Shore adjustment.
are getting offered. I mean, so Charlie, if people aren't buying, how can I show you a sale? They're not
We're
buying.
gonna have to go with the sales we have.
But the sales are way further down. They're not comparable. Key and Leg Road, no, Riviera Drive in that first part of Bay Shore is nothing like Blue Heron Drive and Finisterre.
And there is a land sale. There is a land sale. The very first one is 280.
As a realtor, I agree with that. That area has a lot of issues, and.
I mean, the
sales are
flooding
not there,
alone.
So I would see the house as a tear down to zero. And go to last year's land value.
There's the first
Because
story.
the land value is not worth that.
But you don't want to take the house to zero. There's a system problem, isn't there, Ray?
Yeah, we have to put, I mean, if you guys wanted
Some
zero,
small
then we
value on
would
it.
do it with like $10 on it. Or we'd end up with an error and just be, it's just not gonna work.
The software gets weird.
But $10.
The software gets weird if you put it to zero.
Okay, then $2. I don't think the
Right.
adjustment on land, from my perspective as a realtor, is worth that 418. It's just not gonna solve that. So that's about my recommendation, is $10.
So what is last year's line?
$350. $353,260. That's including $10.
That's fine.
Good with that?
Yes, no, I think that's fair, I really
All
do.
Let's do it.
Okey doke, I will move on case 2021-1717, account number 24587, with respect to Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds median level of appraisal or equity, that would reduce the 2021 appraisal from $446,810 to $353,260.
All in favor?
353,260.
Yes, ma'am.
Which one do you want to do next?
And that was putting 10 on the.
I'm just
16
gonna,
Riviera,
yeah, we'll
which
just
is,
change it. Hold on.
1715, 24644.
I think it's 264, no, 24644.
Okay. Opening hearing on case 2021-1715, account 24644. Would you like to go first?
Sure.
Actually, wait a second.
Can y'all tell me the number again on that last one? I'm sorry.
353,260.
And it was $10 on the house?
Yeah.
Yeah, essentially.
No, I mean, I get it. You
Is it
guys-
opening again?
It's,
Okay.
Can you tell me which one you opened?
We're opening case 1715, which is 24644.
Okay.
All right, so the house we're talking about is this one right here. And it's kind of funny because okay, so this house right here, this house, all of our houses got demolished by the hurricane, okay? This one, we probably should have torn down, but the contractor convinced me to rebuild. And hindsight, you know, God, if we only all had hindsight. But anyway, we fixed it up. Because of the flood zones and where your house has to be now, the insurance would not pay for anything downstairs to be fixed. So we did nothing to the downstairs except, you know, when we put in the windows in it, because this house got, I mean, it was a wreck after the hurricane. And so, you know, we replaced, of course, we had to replace the windows, doors, roof, everything. And so we put new windows in downstairs so that the house wouldn't look stupid with brand new windows upstairs all the way around, but, oh, these little two on the side, you know, old ones. Inside, we have done nothing to that downstairs area.
Storage.
And there, if you keep going, there's a card. Keep going. It's one that I see here. Okay. So This is,
I just made it bigger, sorry.
no, that's good. This is the upstairs. This is the living area. This is the downstairs. This is all storage. This and this. Okay, so it would be storage,
Storage under.
no, it's under main A, I think, right?
MAS, yes.
MAS, okay. So this should be changed to storage because that's all it is. It is not living space. And then, I just, while I was doing this, I was like, oh, I'm gonna go measure this stuff. Because some of it, I was like, I don't think it's that big. And I don't even really know that it's worth it to bother to deal with the numbers. But it is kind of funny because like this is, it says it's 29, it's 24 feet. The back deck here, it says it's 16 by 16, it's really 14 by 14. 12.9, let's see, there was, anyway, you can just kind of see this whole thing. That's 21. I actually measured 19 feet. But again, I don't know if it's even worth to bother with change. I don't know if it makes enough difference.
There's a whole square footage of the living space less than what they have there.
Oh, yes, because now MAS, it says under main A, it's storage. And then, I don't know about this, y'all could, Ray, you could tell me, CP, it says car boat porch, okay, which is this right here, I think, right? Is that?
Yeah.
Okay, well, let me tell you, I don't have my golf cart at the house now, but, you can't even get your golf cart in there. You can't get a boat in there because there's this thing attached to the ceiling that runs the.
It's like a storage box.
It's,
And
so,
it sticks down.
I mean, we're talking, it's a, I don't know, 8 or 10, maybe 8 or 10 foot ceiling. You can't get a boat under here. I can't get my golf cart under there.
Oh, that's not living area.
But I,
Oh, no, that's just like an
I'm just
under.
saying, I don't
Well, you
know.
should be able to pull a car in, but it's got this big box that hangs down, and when you pull a car under, the.
But I don't
roof
know
will
if that's
So
any,
open,
do you
yeah,
just call
it's
every
just open.
porch, every carport?
It wouldn't change your value.
Huh?
It wouldn't change.
Won't
your
change
So it's not worth it, okay, and I just didn't
value.
know.
Carport versus porch will value at the same square foot. So it'll just be, for the sake of correctness, you can call it a porch. It won't be that.
No, it isn't a porch, it's
It's
a,
a porch, meaning
You have to
if you
call it
stand
that.
underneath it, the sun doesn't beat down on your head. That's it.
but it doesn't matter because I didn't know, I was thinking of those houses that have the big, huge.
Don't use up all your time.
I'm done. Okay, so anyway, so I'd like to change that. The under space there is no living space, it's all storage. Okay, which is this and this. This is all open, okay? Then the other thing that I'd like to have y'all consider, okay, scroll, and I'm sorry, I'm almost done. I'll hurry. Keep going. Keep going. Okay, oh, okay, wait, come back to one, okay. What I want to show you is, this is the house, okay? So here's the house, here's this neighbor, so our bedroom, we look right into their den. Here's this house, and we look right into theirs. Okay, now that house, it's got some space. All this, okay, now keep going, there's another.
We have a side yard, not a backyard.
Okay, so in this picture, we're, oh my God, I can't even figure it out. We're.
Where the heck are we? There's Jamaica,
Here.
there's Riviera.
You're right here.
Where's Riviera?
You're right here.
You're standing in.
Oh, okay, so here we are, but you see, like, there's those, okay, see how all these homes, they go all the way through Riviera and Jamaica, okay? They can pull up here, they can park there, they can have boats. We cannot put anything in our side yard. If you put a boat trailer or anything on Key Allegra on grass, you get a nasty letter, then you get fines of $250, okay? until you move it, okay? All these people get to put people, cars, boats, front and back, and they can access from Jamaica and Riviera. This one and only house, of course, we are the lucky ones that own it, and actually, it's, I love it, but,
It's cattywampus for something like that.
because of how,
Where's the- Could you just take your finger and outline where the lot line is?
for the house,
The lot line.
It's easier to see it right there. See the fence in the back, the back fence touches the
see how,
back.
like, and I mean, I'm not kidding.
What I
and-
wondered was whether this 74 or 643 was part of it.
So
We got it.
we're the one and only lot. If you look all the way down Riviera and Jamaica, both directions, nobody else sits where everybody, oh, I just took his time, okay. So,
If that's okay.
I would like a consideration on our property because I do feel like we're valued the same as these. And we're nothing like those because, anyway. So I'd like. Where you're living, Cindy? It's the only home we have right now, yeah, that can be lived in. So, okay, I'm sorry, Ray, I didn't mean to take
You don't have to apologize. I have no concerns about about the time. The thing about the MAS underneath, there's important things about the MAS. Storage, that storage means some things.
There is no air conditioning.
Let me talk. It means that there is no air conditioning and that there's really no finish out, right? But it not having air conditioning, if it does not have air conditioning, then it should not be living space, period, on an MAS. So, however, if it has, a bathroom and a shower, and it has sheetrock, and it's trimmed, and it's finished out, then you have this thing where all you have to do is stick a duct into the ceiling, and you have living space. So that's all this really comes down to is it truly storage? Not used for storage, but it is storage. And if it is storage, then there is no problem whatsoever. If it's used for storage, but maybe it could be something else pretty easily, then there's a problem from my standpoint.
Right.
That everything hinges on that.
Right.
So your total value on your house is $252. There's not anything in me that thinks that house in Keel Acre is selling for anything less than $252, even on a bad lot, even on a corner. I could go into the fact that from your front yard, even though you're dry, you've got water this way, even though you've got neighbors this way. The grids, it's gonna come out. You guys are pros at this, y'all know. We don't have to, we're comping dry, aren't we? Yeah, we comped dry. Comes out that we're nearly $40,000 low on your house from a sales comparison approach and from an equity approach, making sure that we comped dry. We did. We come out to 254. So there's nothing in me that thinks that this house is worth anything less than 250.
The house, or you're saying the whole property?
I'm talking about the whole thing. But just hold on. Nothing. I can't imagine it ever selling for less than 250. However, it doesn't matter on the MAS. If it's not an MAS, it's not an MAS no matter what I think the house sells for. And it should be storage under it. And whatever that number is, that's what that number is. That's
Can we
it.
let's fix it?
Whatever these guys want to do, yeah. We do that. Whatever you want to do, whatever y'all want to do. Right? Oh, well, let's have Cindy and Bill tell us that it's not air conditioning.
There is not air conditioning in
And
that
you can't
space.
drop, you can never drop a ductwork in there because there's only.
No, you cannot because it's only the
Well,
floor
they have a fire
upstairs.
down, but so let me ask you this, is it finished out? Like what kind of finish
It's,
out are we
it's
talking about?
finished out as it was before the hurricane. We did not put any money into fixing it up because it would not be insured. So therefore, we did not fix it
Yeah,
up
that's the whole deal.
except,
It's the same as it was.
except for putting in the new windows so that the exterior of the house would look the same, okay? So
But I mean, are we saying there's a bathroom in there?
Yes, there's a bathroom.
there is an old bathroom that has not been fixed, okay?
No hot water to it.
And because of insurance, you really can't fix anything.
We have
Is that
to
right?
either tear down the whole house, or we have to put it up, we have to build it up, the bathrooms and everything has to be 4 feet up, okay, from where it is right now. So
Yeah, we'd have to tear out the whole bottom end of it if we wanted the insurance, so we don't do the insurance.
Right, so for all intents and purposes, it's unusable. in
it
terms
is,
of
it is
fixing it in
unusable,
any
and
form or
I am telling you under oath, we are not using it as living space. We have not used it as living space since the hurricane. It is not, it's got creosote supports, okay? So the creosote smell is very strong in there. And so we just kind of put up boards to cover that, to try to keep the smell from, being so strong. But you can't be in there. So under oath, I am saying we are not using it as living space. And there is not air conditioning, there are not fans, there is not hot water. Why would we hook it up? We're not using it.
So we change that? It's gonna make a difference. It's gonna make a difference. What I would prefer that we do is that you guys, if y'all wanna find out what that value is as a storage, then find out what that value is as a storage. That's, yes. do
But
what
it
you
may
want.
not make
Let's do that.
Yeah, by all means, of course. Have you opened it in a supplement, Jackie?
I probably should, because it's not really changing anything, right?
Yeah, I won't even let you attempt. No, leave that open then. I mean, you know what I mean? It won't supplement it if you don't leave the property. No, it won't supplement.
Just apply.
No, open property, and then go to property, open the top.
Oh, I can open a supplement from here.
Supplement that.
Okay.
Say yes. Say, what does that one say?
It's that one.
ARB.
ARB. Okay. All right. Now. This one? That's you?
Sure.
$235,560 is the market.
235, 560.
See, and now, Ray, there was a sale next door. When did they buy? No, 2 houses. Well, trying to think when.
She's got 2 minutes.
Oh, okay. I'm trying, because I'm just trying to think what sale, because you're saying that based on sales for this house, and I'm not saying there haven't been sales, but there had been a sale of a house. Oh, wait, the one 2 houses down, 22 Riviera, 16, 18, 2022.
Yeah, it's in our grade.
Huh?
It's the 4th one in our grade.
It's what?
It's the 4th star.
It didn't sell for 380. That's right.
And we would, it's not all right, we would love to know what it sold.
It didn't sell for 380. I can
Again,
tell
it
you
doesn't
that.
help us to know what it didn't sell for.
I don't know the exact number.
Oh, okay.
I would have. no-
But it would have been 100 less at least.
It's still $50,000.
But my point is that number is not correct and fair to use because that's not correct. I remember when they bought it.
Okay, so if we threw that number out,
Then you have nothing to compare it to.
No, just, you do have something to compare it to. There's 4 comps. If you threw that number out, then the median value would be 280. Which is still,
But this isn't Nassau, this is Riviera Drive that, I mean, and for real, bro,
what value, let's be for real. Let's do that for a second.
okay?
What do you think your house is worth? Let's get into the for real world. We're about to say your house in Key Largo is worth $235.
And
So-
honestly, I am telling you, that house, I'm talking loud, and I'm
No,
doing it,
you're okay.
I
you're
talk
okay.
loud anyway, even when I'm not upset,
Cindy, you're okay.
okay?
What I'm
But-
telling you is what do you want the number at?
Right, that house is so tiny, it's like, we're not talking the houses at the end, okay?
I know we're not. I'm not acting
What
like we are.
value do you?
I'm just trying to ask you a question.
I honestly think with that land being locked the way it is, and with the size, the actual size of the house, the living space in that house, I'm telling you, I really think that's a fair number.
What
What number?
What number?
The 232,
235.
235.
Are you comfortable with that?
Nobody in here's arguing.
Well, then why were you saying, oh, no, it's not worth that, it's
No.
worth a whole lot more?
You didn't say that.
Do you accept 235, 560?
Okay, so moving right on. I move on
Oh,
2021
you were agreeing with
1715.
me, never mind.
We were, yeah. Trying to get, doesn't matter. 2021-1715, count 24644 with respect to Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds median level of appraisal or equity, that we reduce the 2021 appraisal from 252,330 to 235,560.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Case closed.
Okay, now 15 and 17, I'm using the same evidence, it's the same
You
issue,
still have to
every,
bring them up one at a time.
okay. I'm just saying, I don't care however y'all want to do it.
Yeah, I'm opening case number 2021-1714, account 24622.
Yes.
Okay.
Which
This
one
is
is that?
17 Riviera.
Okay, cool.
You said what? Oh, yes, I'm sorry. You're correct.
Okay,
Okay,
you have the floor.
okay. So, it was at 193,050. It's now gone up to, for proposed 252,020. I do not think that's fair or equitable based upon some values on Riviera, on the water side, just 2 or 3 houses down. If you'll keep going, I'll show you why. Okay, right here. First of all, the street, okay, this is Riviera. This is 17 Riviera Drive right here. Okay, the other house, 16, that's across the street. Here's 17, here's the water. Okay, so now go to the next picture. Okay, here is 17, there's the street now is there, so now we're streets here, and we're looking at this is the water, okay? I want you to look at, I did these little yellow lines, okay? On Riviera, if you have a dock or anything in the water, you're supposed to give 3 feet from your property extended to your neighbor, okay? So this is the property line extended for 17, right here. This yellow line here and this yellow line here. This is where, when we bought the property, there was a dock here that was 3 feet wide.
Oh,
Or 2 feet.
it was probably about 6 feet wide.
Looks like about 6 feet.
It's about 6 feet wide and it's about 24 feet
No,
long going out into the water.
because
Comparing it to that boat.
this is the Duffy, which is 16 feet
18.
long.
18 feet.
18?
18.
It's a 16 Duffy.
No, it's an 18. An 18.
Okay. Then,
What's the other yellow one?
which yellow?
Well, the one that goes up this way.
This one?
Far,
Far left.
That's the other lot.
Oh,
That's the other
okay,
house.
I'm sorry. That's the other address.
That's the next case.
15.
This is 15. So it's, I'm just kind of, because they had the same issue, they had the same problem, okay? Go to, if you go to the next picture. Okay, now you can see better. Here's all the people who live on this stretch, okay? They've got all this frontage, okay, water frontage, okay? They can put their dogs, they can put their boats. Here's all the people going that way. This is Pat Modesto's house, and then
Modesto.
Sally Avery's. Okay? But we have probably the worst two lots on Key Allegro. On the water, because of what actually ends up being on the water. And you can see this lot right here, because these two lots are separate, they're not one lot, they are two separate lots. They were bought at different times. If we sold this to somebody, you can't really put a boat at this dock, which is why I drew this yellow line, so that you can see that this boat is infringing on 15's water space. Okay, so if there were a boat here, this boat couldn't be there. This is our neighbor's boat lift. And,
If you,
sorry, it just,
she runs out of here.
Aransas.
So if you park the boat on the south side of that dock, that used to be there, then the neighbor can't get his boat off of his lift.
Because it's on the lift right now, so then when he gets it off the lift, of course, it's
You're
back,
running-
he has to back it up. And so
So the point
you
is,
can't put a boat there, okay? And this isn't even a big boat. You can see the size of this boat compared to like a fishing boat. Now, this is a bigger boat, okay? But this is just a good old, I don't know, good old boy fishing boat,
22 foot.
okay? So even as small as this is, yes, there is water frontage, but it's not very much. And obviously, living on the water, you want to, you know, when you have parties, when you want to be outside, you want to be able to have a boat there, you want to be able to use the water. So, my time's up.
Keep going. Is this Cindy, the one to the left, you own that lot as well, right?
This is the other, that's what I
That's
said.
the other one.
That's why I was like, we can do
That
these.
was our home.
This was our home.
Is there anything there now?
There is a
Structure.
decrepit structure that, again, we didn't finish fighting with TWIA until end of
September,
September, beginning of October, end of August, beginning of September. We didn't get the checks until October. Then we had illness in our family that's kind of
Are you
taken.
gonna tear that house
And it's-
down? or-
Oh, God, yes.
It's open, it's literally open to the elements. It's literally open to the elements.
and it's not one under protest, right?
No.
Not at this moment.
Not at this moment. What we're talking, because the house is in that initiative. And so what I'm asked, the whole reason I even brought this, because they went up on the value of this, okay?
Oh, just improvement on there.
Okay, if you'll go to the next slide, picture. Okay, right here, this red, okay. This area, this lot, the appraisal review board put this at a value of $250,000, okay? This whole water frontage, okay? This right here, the appraisal district is saying this, right here, is worth
252.
252.
252?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, so, so I know all of y'all would rather have that lot instead of this one, right? So I'm just like, okay, let's make this more equitable for real. And the other thing is that, whenever there's windstorms, which is all the time lately, rainstorms, all the junk, you know, because everything blows out of people's boats and over here on Bay Shores Drive or whatever you call it, all that junk, this is always full of trash. So we always have nets and we're always, you know, getting all kinds of stuff out of the water. So I just want a more equitable value on that.
It's like we've said before, it's always better to have in a pass-safe lot, it's always better to have the big part on the water
I mean,
and
we-
the small part on the
We
street.
did it backwards. We should have gotten, you know, the lot that was the other way around. But
It was for sale.
all of these lots have been valued at the 250 about going this way. And it's like, okay, those are 250, this is 252. It isn't. And it just isn't. So that's what I'm here to protest on that lot, is that a more equitable would be to take the water frontage, you know, give it, but most of the value in this is in the land that's off the water. And I mean, I don't know, can you go half on that, like 125, 125,000?
I can't. But I can ask you a question, Cindy.
Yeah.
I'm gonna enter my, I think it's cross-examination. What do you think it's worth? Don't say 125.
135.
Let me present my evidence.
All right, so we are on Riviera. And in Riviera, will be quick. We'll go straight to the cells grid. There are cells on Riviera, there's two cells. There's a cell at 23 and a cell at 39. So the cell at 23 is close in square footage, but it is larger. It's 5,600 square feet compared to 4,755. Sold for 269.
250.
It sold for 250. I know that for a fact.
Okay, let me.
So that number isn't even right. The number is.
It just hadn't been entered yet.
I'm just trying to give you a second. I mean, there's only one in there. So that would change. That changes that number per square foot number to. Should not be $48 a square foot, but would be $4 a square foot. So you can see right there in the first column, it says that it's sold at $48 a square foot. It should be 44. And that number. Okay, so.
Well, and then go to 39.
Cindy. Then the next comp is 39 Riviera, a little bit larger. Piece of land sold for 621. That's a lot larger. It's over 3 times the size. Yeah, sold for 621. It was for sale in a couple lots. And then we have another selling here on Nassau. That is in October. 2020, so 2015. So we took the 44 number, right? We took that 44 number, 44 times 47.5, we come out to 209. 209, 220. I'm not on my phone over here. I don't have a calculator. So I've just been doing some math. My number on this slide is not 209. My number on the lot is 200, 201. What I would do to this particular lot is put an end of canal function on it. What it is our biggest end of canal function is 80%. 80%. That's what I would do with this particular lot. And probably the next one, to be honest. That's one way to, none of this stuff in appraisal is like, it's all trying to get to a value. So you're not guaranteed in the canal if your value is not affected by it, right? And it's not something that you have to have. You don't have to have an adjustment for dirt road. It's not something that is required. It's just in our system to help us figure out if there's a defect, how can we best deal with everybody the same way so that we're not dealing with this person like this person like this, and then I have a bad day, so I deal with this person a little bit different, and on and on and on, then we end up with some weird stuff. So what do we do is something that's pretty bad, it would be 80%, which would take this value to about 2%. I think the previous year, Cindy, I didn't even look, Cindy may have said, I think she said 193.
193.
Do I have some time?
You got 2 minutes.
So this is worth 250, this is worth 250, this is worth 250, and this one's worth 200? No, that's not equitable. It is not equitable. Look at the water frontage. Y'all, and I'm sorry. No, and there's even a fire hydrant right here at the gate. So if we have to sell it, no, how can this be worth 200 and all of these just a month ago or 2 months ago sold for $250, 250,000. And the ARB put that value on me. No, that is not equitable and fair. All of this, I'd love to have all that space. That does not compute. You should do, and in the past, it has been done where you take the water frontage and then the rest of the land. This back here is more like water view. It isn't on the water because you can't even have a house right here because it's not big enough. No, I don't agree. I'm sorry. That's not fair. That is not equitable. And I know for a fact that oftentimes, and maybe it's this canal thing, you're saying that this is 80% of the use of this? No, it isn't. No, I can't park a boat at this lot. So when we need to sell this, we're going to have a hard time. Because you can't put a boat there. Because when this little bitty boat, and I know this is the property line because we're the ones that built this deck and put this fence here. Okay, so I know on that picture where I drew the lines, I know for a fact that's where they are. And that there is no way somebody's going to buy this that wants to put a boat in the water because they can't. What's the purpose of living on the water if you can't park your boat there? If you've got to go drive and take it out over at the park every time. You might as well live off water and only pay $72,000. That's not fair. And I'm sorry, Ray, but it's just not fair. That is not equitable.
The reason you can't park a boat there is because the person next door chose to put his in on an angle.
No.
Yes.
No.
Because if it wasn't on an angle, I could build a lift coming straight out from the center of there and be just featured.
No, if you were there, can you go back to where I drew?
But we can't
yellow?
get him to move his.
So, I mean,
I can't make my neighbor move his boat.
boat lift because he's within his 3 feet. So, what I mean,
He's
Charlie,
forcing you
No,
by overstepping your boundaries. the
he's
back is
within
both,
3 feet of his. He's within 3 feet of his.
then Put a pier in, and let him deal with it. The
Okay.
thing is, you can go
Where?
straight into the corner.
Into what corner?
The corner.
Can't draw, it has to be 2 feet from the boundary line.
You can put a lift straight in here. Straight in here. And if that obstructs him, that's his problem, not yours. Because you can go right straight out there. with-
Okay, and how do you get on that boat? No, no, you're gonna jump off of your concrete onto the boat?
Come all the way up there.
No,
It's one of those.
Charlie, there isn't room for a boat lift.
The problem is, the
There
problem is the
really
farther
isn't.
out you go, you get into
I
to the
mean,
lot next door.
that's why I drew
That's-
these and
That's
had
that,
them
that's that
stop.
end of the canal.
I mean, because we've already dealt with this issue, okay? So I'm not just making this is a problem. No, because there isn't room to put a boat lift or a pier. You can put a pier, or a dock, I don't know, whatever you call them. But you can't put a boat lift, and in order to get to the boat lift, you have to way to get to it. And this right here, this is very shallow. It's like, I don't know, 3 feet. So you can't just have a boat lift up to the concrete. If you go out any further, if you build a dock out to here and then have a boat lift, you're crossing over the neighbors. It's very close in that, I mean, this is a real course. You know, the street really does do a 90-degree turn.
Yeah.
So this really is a 90-degree turn. You know, it's softened with these angles, but it is 90 degrees. And that's the problem. And I'm not saying that you're not on water and that you don't have water frontage, you do. But this is not 80% of this. It is not. The home that you would build on this and the water use and frontage is nothing like this. And that's, let's see what value you brought. And what I said before, hold on, and I'm sorry, because I've got the 17 and the 15. Do you remember what I?
Or maybe.
Yeah.
Actually, okay, and the other thing is the value of 15, okay, is,
We're not there yet.
I know we're not, but these two properties are right next to each other, so the value of one should affect the value of the other. This was at 178 last year. Okay, and it actually has a little more waterfront. So, I mean, to me, 178 is high, honestly.
So we'll get to that.
This is 250. All of these lots were given the value 250.
Okay.
Okay, so
we've gone way over.
and I'm sorry. Okay, so I would say 155. So on those, I would say 155.
15 is.
I'm gonna stand on it. 15 is
It's smaller.
178. And this lot
It's a smaller lot.
has a shorter frontage.
Uh,
Yeah.
it's smaller. No, the blue one's bigger than the one.
See, I thought it was the other way around.
Nope.
Are you sure?
So,
So this,
I think we need to get to a point, the appraisal district should have a few minutes to talk.
Yeah.
And I don't mean that, Cindy, I'm okay, I just want to have a few minutes to talk.
No, I agree. I said yes.
No, I'm saying, I
you're
wasn't saying that directly to you, I'm directed to. So I think my opinion about this really hasn't changed a whole lot from what I said earlier. I think that I would put an 80% adjustment on here. And is that lot right there $50,000 better than this lot? There's no doubt that it is. It's at least $50,000 higher. There's one factor that this is appraisal work we're doing here. There's one factor is we're weighting every penny on this and this. So, and if you did that, then what you would do is you would measure this and see what percentage of that, and you'd say that's what we're doing. That's half of this. That means it's worth this much money, or it's 40%, 40%. But we're not even valuing it that way. We're actually valuing it on square footage. So our valuation isn't even doing that. So when I say that, the truth is, even though this has been, kind of contested and I think some, unhappiness with me over here, in my opinion, but I don't believe we're actually that far off in theory. I'm saying that this is 20% bad compared to that, because in my mind, there's more than just this at play. There's dirt, there's space, there's a view. There's more at play than just this. If all that was at play was simply from year to year, then we would do this different. But I think that the view is at play, and I think that's why you don't end up cutting the lot value in half, because there's.
But what view are you talking about?
That's a pretty great view. That is a pretty great view.
But your house that you build, like the rooms.
Okay, so let me just say this. I get to have an opinion.
Okay.
I just get to have an opinion. And you get to have your opinion. The reason that we're here today is because our opinions are different. And that's okay. I mean, we're all good. We see each other at HEB. We can give each other a high five. All of this is okay. I just think that that's the way you would value this lot. And I'm telling the board, I think that's the way I would value this lot. And then you tell them, exactly what you want to tell them. It's fine.
Can I ask a quick question about the water?
Yeah.
I mean, how far, what kind of quote, guaranteed access or access is implied or whatever with the water?
Yeah.
In other words, where you can put a dock, access.
I don't know the answer.
So technically, the property line is where the bulkhead is.
Whatever Key Allegro, the navigation district or whoever it
It's
is,
the 3 feet on you.
whoever, they get to say that stuff. And the way that it works is everybody is supposed to play within the same rules. So.
Okay, well, let's see if we can get this back on track. So going to our 80%. What that number is.
What was the, I don't know. Did you do this one?
No.
Jackie, did you do this one? 80% of it now. See what it is.
Did you supplement, Jackie?
oh, no, okay. I
One of these
forget.
days
Well, we don't have to do that normally.
But is the square footage the same? Like on the sheet, can you even just tell me how much per square foot the 252 puts it at online? I can't figure out these sheets and I'm sorry.
You don't have to say you're sorry. Let me find out. I close some stuff out. It's is it 4,700 square feet? Is it the size of the lot? What case are we on?
1714.
246. So valuation here is $53 a square foot. That's the
Okay.
valuation.
So I'm at 53 and they're at 44 per square foot.
Takes you to 201, 610.
So why?
201,610.
I don't get that. How is that equity?
And you can see
Well,
here's the
that's not an
adjustment.
equity issue. That's self-comparison issue.
The adjustments right here.
From the 250 divided by this.
Right, so now you're saying mine is 252 and divide that by the square
We're
footage.
using more than just that one sale to get our data. We're using more than one sale. That's the difference. We're not saying that sold you that.
Okay.
Everything.
200 is where you
And why wouldn't you, in this case, because we've done it in other water cases, or the appraisal district in other areas? Why aren't you measuring the what, I don't understand that.
It's way before me. The only thing is your labor value on the front.
Okay, listen, I'd like to propose a motion here. On case ID 2021-1714, count 24622. With respect to Q1, incorrect appraisal market value, Q2 appraisal ratio, Q, median level of appraisal or equity value that would reduce the 2021 appraisal 252,020 to 200,000.
All there. Aye. Okay. 200,000. Opening hearing on case number 2021-1713, account 24621. Only 5 minutes this time.
Actually, I'm gonna let you know, do it. Are you comfortable doing it?
Sure.
All right, let's hear what you got to say.
Okay, I'm gonna say 20% on 232, whatever that number is. 232,000 times 0.8, 185,600 plus 29 or 37,140. So I'm gonna say 222.
How much?
222.
Because right now it's set at what,
269.
wait, you're kidding. 15 Riviera is set at 269?
269.76. Yeah.
That's up to you guys. Whatever you want to do. It's fair now.
It was,
Is it fair?
it was
It is.
last year.
I didn't, I don't know.
It was last.
Oh, I think we need to take $10 to use that.
Mm-hmm.
42. That's me adjusting. I know nothing about the house. I really.
The house is completely open. It's a mess. And then what on the land?
Put the house to $10. The land.
The number he came up with, 185.6.
So it's 185, yeah, it'd be 185 and change, and then whatever y'all want to do with the house.
There you go.
You want the same adjustment in the land?
Yeah,
That we did before.
I think it should be adjusted. Put the adjustment in, like in a way that it's.
185 and $10.
permanent, you know what I mean?
You happy with
Yeah.
that?
Just do like an end of canal.
Okay. There is. That's what I did to the other one.
It is what it is. What
No,
the
we can
appraisal
go, we
board,
can go on. We can carry on.
let's do it.
Take us 5 minutes.
Okay.
No,
No, I said, we're done.
You would take
185.
185,
185, 6. Wait,
Okay.
What was last
so-
year's value?
269, 76.
he did know.
Last year's value?
178.
No,
Two.
last year's, last year's value was 179.
Yes.
And so now we're gonna put it up to
85, 600.
Okay.
Six cap.
So let me,
He took the land down.
if you look up there, that's what I just did. So it was at 232, 620, that adjustment put it to 186.
600.
186.90.
Is that the number you said earlier?
It's
Well, we may have.
fine.
We had it after.
And then improvements.
Jackie's, what Jackie says,
Jackie, did you know
Jackie's the gospel.
Do what?
what, after the 80% on the.
186, 90.
690 plus $10.
Plus $10.
It'll be 186, 1.
186, 100.
She did say that.
Yes,
You know what I'm.
right?
Yes. 186.
Okay.
I don't think so.
Good. Okay, I'm going to close a motion on 2021-1713, account 24621. With respect to Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal or equity value that reduced the 2021 appraisal from 269,760 to 186,100.
In favor?
Okay, so this one was 186, 100, and what was 17? 200,000?
Yes. In
I'm
17
gonna
is
see if we have any
lot.
letters.
Okay.
Just to make sure we don't have to.
I'm sorry, what?
Do we have any?
17 is a bigger lot.
They'd like to work tomorrow too.
And what, the number was 200,000.
Yes.
Okay, so if I find out that 17 is smaller than that, that's something that I can just come to y'all with, right?
If we have something incorrect on the square footage. Yeah. You mean the lot size?
Yes, because honest to God, I get it, has nothing to do with this, but that's something that is just, y'all can go out and measure and see that.
We don't measure lots. We get them from deed and from surveyors.
But I'm saying it's something that could be verified, because it could be measured.
Yeah, but by a surveyor. You know what I mean? Surveyors measure land, not people don't really measure. Surveyor.
People?
Well, not just a regular person. I mean, surveyor. Yeah, it costs money. Yeah, I mean, unless you have the stakes and stuff and you want to try to do it, you have the metal stake permanently there.
Right. So.
We probably have, it's probably been surveyed before, so.
It has definitely been surveyed, and I'm just saying, I'm really, like, I really think 17 was smaller, but, and so I just need to go find that, and I'm just saying, if I find those, and it is indeed smaller, I don't have to come back in front of the review board. I can meet with y'all, because I had to come before the review board because I was on the review board before, and Mike wanted it to be done.
There is some.
So I want, you know, Otherwise, I could have done this. just reading it.
There is some scrutiny, within the citizens of Aransas County on the appraisal district that can be pretty, not common knowledge that there's some people who can scrutinize that really, really difficultly. And so when Mike says city is best for you to come here, it really is just best for you to come in here, and everything was just on YouTube and it's recorded. And that's a good thing because we have this relationship with people. But if you want to talk with us about the land side, that's
Right, that's what I'm
a little
saying.
different.
I'm saying that's something that's verified. I mean, that's like, if it's 10 feet, it's 10 feet. I
Yeah,
mean,
but
that's
you know, what I'm
not-
getting at is the verification is normally done by survey. Not by you saying, hey, I went out with a tape measure.
No, I'm saying, I think I got papers that now.
Yeah, I get it.
I get what you're saying, but I'm like, no, it didn't just, because even that would be over.
Y'all have to adjourn the meeting within that adjourn.
Did we make a motion?
No,
Somebody make it.
I move that we adjourn.
Second.
he's not there.
It's okay.
You can adjourn your,
Yes.
yeah, okay.
No,
Good,
and
I'm glad, I'm done.
you're done. Or is